Hola, hello chat, hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm getting my nails did. I went early because I was bored. And I'm looking at the nail polish. Give the camera a moment, it's gonna kick in. It doesn't know. It doesn't know that it's supposed to be on. Oh. We got Marnie peeking up over the top. Hi Marnie. Good Marnie. How's everyone doing today? We playing some gacha games. We're here for the nail painting. I'm pretty nervous for this. I have like I have shaky hands, so this isn't gonna go well. There's also a destructive cat in the other room who is just waiting to wake up for as soon as I start to get hair in the wet nail polish. I'm sure of it. I'm sure as soon as I start, his eyes are gonna shoot open and he's gonna be like, I need to be on her desk right now. I need to be all over her. I need to put hair everywhere. That's gonna happen. Pretty you be glad to hear it. I'm on the John right now. Okay, well, you don't have to tell me when you're in the bathroom. We've been over this, chat. This has happened way too many times. You can just This isn't a classroom. You can just go. You can just go. Let's go, Alice. Yeah, we're gonna bingle our brains and do our nails. Let's not worry about what's happening in the outside world. Winston, like, mischief opportunity detected. He knows. He's pretending to sleep. He's actually plotting to foil your plans. I went into the other room and he was sleeping on my bed, but he had fallen asleep facing the window, so he was like, he had his eyes closed, but it looked like he was looking out the window at the time before he fell asleep. So I'm hoping he's occupied enough, or he's got the afternoon nappies where he's just not going to wake up. He seemed pretty dead to the world. Like, I walked in, his ear didn't even twitch. He didn't even acknowledge my presence. It was just, he was asleep. He was in a coma. He was comatose. Closing your eyes while Mama is in the room waiting for her to leave to keep playing the Game Boy. I don't think cats have that kind of wherewithal. They do have brains the size of walnuts, so I'm not sure they can really plot that far ahead. Yeah, that's, it is good to do an internet reset every so often, chat. I agree. Some of you just go adios, and I respect it. I've had to stop watching the news just for that reason. Like, there is such a thing as too connected to the world. Because you're seeing all these things that you have no control over. Yo, PS5 haver? I wish. I wish I had a PS5. Do you know how much that is in Canada? Like, a PS5 is still something like $900. It's crazy. I could pay rent with that kind of dosh. I'm stupid, my man. Yes, chat. And I'm joking. I'm joking. You're very smart people. I may be stupid. That's stupid. Yeah, it is. That's the price of technology now. They refuse to engage with the news. Yeah, there's so much out of your control. And then you watch it and you go, "Oh, I really wish I could help all these suffering people." And then you're like, "I'm only one person." And then it gets out of control. So it's good to disconnect. It's good to be aware of what's happening, but it's also good for the sake of your own mental health. Just don't look at it. Sometimes just watch a VTuber or something. I don't know. That's why you're here. I'm realizing. Hi, chat. Hi. I know why you're all here. To watch me get my nails did. Letting my landlord play Bloodborne for a couple of hours to cover my rent for the month. Eventually they will release Bloodborne on the Switch. How? How will it be able to even run it? Is my question. Glad you realized it. Please don't stain the Marnie mat. It's okay. She's got dark hair and like look at the color. Look at what this is called. It's called it doesn't want to focus. It's called Wicked. And like that is the color of her hair. Like look at that. She's got wicked hair. So I don't think if I as long as I aim for her hair, I don't think I'll stain her. Yeah, wicked. My eyes were immediately drawn to it in the aisle. I was like, that color. It's everything. I need it. I crave it. Cause I don't know if it shows very well on the camera, but it's not black. It's more of just a really dark purple. But like you layer it enough and it looks black, but in the right light you kind of get hints of red and purple. Dream job is being the person that gets the name to name the nail polish. That does sound like a dream job, doesn't it? I'm gonna name this nail polish Wicked. Marnie is so cute. If you stain her, I'm literally reporting your channel. All right, I'm gonna just open it up and I'm just gonna all over her. Go ahead. See what Twitch will do about it. I bet they can't even find the button that brings them to my channel. The tweet longer incoming. Secret goth Chia model reveal? I wish. I have all these ideas, but everything takes time. Everything takes a lot of dosh, and it's inconceivable. You gotta have that iron mouse clout to be able to do stuff like that. But maybe someday. Maybe someday. I can't give up on my dreams just because they're very unlikely. As Mr. Spock always said, something about even if it's not probable, it's still possible. Something like that. Fake Star Trek fan here. Tungsten rat Chia? That sounds so cool. There are so many model ideas, we have to be patient. We have to hold our horses. I grant you iron hamster clout. Let's go. Chef Chia with the ratatouille outfit. Yeah, Chef Chia, it's me in a chef outfit with like a slightly see-through chef hat, but you can see a hamster under it. Stop giving me good ideas, chat. I hate you so much. Stop. Stop. Yeah, stop it. I know, I want it too. Fuck pirates? No. I mean, yeah, maybe. But no, chat. Hold your horses. Quoting Star Trek, Oshi could not be more based. I love Star Trek. I love the original series. That's what I grew up with. I'm making myself sound really old, but no, it's because my parents were Trekkies. Like, they dressed up as Vulcans for Halloween. Like, they were really into Star Trek. So that's how I came upon Star Trek. I'm not in my 60s, I swear. I know nothing about it. it is it is an older show, but there's something really wholesome about it, you know? It feels like a warm blanket on a cold day. It's also very campy, like the original Star Wars or something. Like all the costumes are just like puppets, and sometimes you see the people behind the puppets, like their fingers stick out at some points, and you go, that's just a guy under that mat pretending to be an alien. 10% of the episodes are cringe. Yeah, but it's like a funny cringe. It's not like a it's not like the internet cringe where you see something you go it's like a it's a funny cringe. It's a very dated show now, but it's still it holds a special place in my heart. Bro, the dog in a fursuit is my favorite. My favorite was just like there was a blobular alien that Spock mind melded with. I was just a guy under a mat scooting around on all fours, crawling like a creature on the floor, and sometimes you'd see his like feet and hands stick out from under the mat, and you'd be like, that's just a dude having to crawl around and skitter around on all fours pretending to be an alien. That was my favorite. I would prefer if they only cast actual aliens. Okay, Jen. Yeah, the silicone blob, that's the one. What about Doctor Who, Chia? I did go through a bit of a like Doctor Who bent back when I was a teenager. Uh, I current day Chia could never. I like David Tennant as an actor. I'll leave it at that. That guy got an actual paycheck for that. Yeah, he got an actual paycheck for wearing that silicone blob and running around on all fours. Oh, to be the person who names the nail polish, and oh, to be the person who skitters around in Star Trek on all fours, pretending to be a blob. I'm a hamster, not a doctor, Chet. Chia secret super Hulakian arc. I for one I wasn't on Tumblr enough. For two, Supernatural was like the boys were too hunky for me, so I didn't even watch it. Don't remind me of Supernatural. I had a friend who was really into it. Like really, she was trying to get me into it too, and I was like, "This is not for me." I'm gonna go back to watching Star Trek. I'm just built wrong. I'm sorry. I want to like the current day media, but I'm just built wrong. I like the first Doctor because they couldn't afford retakes, and he forgot his lines a lot. Yeah, the first Doctor in the new reboot was I liked him too. Something like something Eggleston. Was that his last name? Supernatural only had 3 seasons, and then nothing else happened. Yeah, nothing else happened. I bet she'll also bake cookies like my grandma. I bake some amazing chocolate chip cookies, but that is unrelated to being the youngest old person you'll ever meet. The reason I bake such amazing chocolate chip cookies is because I was playing Cookie Clicker, and it had created a Pavlovian reaction in me where whenever I heard the cookie click, I had to eat chocolate chip cookies. So instead of just purchasing them from the store, I had to have them fresh out of the oven. So the cheapest way was to just keep baking them. The cookie clicker incident. So I make really good cookies. There was once when my neighbor knocked on my door, and I don't even know why. I think she was checking up on me. She might have been worried about my health and safety. Anyways, I had been baking cookies, so I gave her some cookies. I was like, "You want cookies?" And she's like, "Hell yeah." Do not mention the cookie clicker. Do not. Do not. It still creates a Pavlovian reaction in me. I can't play that game now because I want to eat cookies so much when I do. I noticed I was eating like a cookie a day. That's not healthy. Sunflower seed cookie bake stream. Sunflower seed cookies are so good. They're so freaking good. David Tennant was the perfect doctor I always go back to. Watch his season like once a year. Yeah, he's a good actor. I like him. I like that fellow. He's Scottish as well, so represent. Cookie Clicker has like 800 achievements, and I had most of them. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, welcome, welcome, hello. Yeah, I'm a lifelong sunflower seed enjoyer. Can you tell? I don't know if you can tell. I'm glad you're doing well. It might be a little bit difficult to tell if I like sunflower seeds or not, but I do, trust me. I don't know if it's obvious enough. I can't open the nail polish. Oh, yeah, what? Oh, my hands are too slippery. Go Cook Angel, thank you for dropping in. Sounds like you got some good dailies done. Aw, thank you. It's a blessing and a curse to have, like, clammy hands, because sometimes the clammy hands give you the best traction you need to open stuff, and sometimes they give you the worst traction. It depends. It depends on how. Here, let me do it. I got it. I got it. When I worked at a kitchen, I learned a trick to opening any jar ever. Tomato sauce, any glass jar, chat room that you need opening, I can do it without brute force. With one simple trick. What you do is you hold it like a bowling ball. You smash the lid down between your legs onto the floor, like you hit the lid on the floor. Don't hit the glass part. That might mean it shatters, but you don't want that to shatter. You hit the lid on the floor. You hear the pop, and then you can just open it. You will be completely independent of any mother, father, or any jar opener you may have in your household. You don't need them anymore. Yeah, it's without brute force. You just slam it on the floor. That's usually how my dad opens glass bottles too. Yeah, that's a kitchen trick. It's saved my life so many times. You ever just be cooking pasta and you don't want to make the sauce, but you can't open the pasta, or you can't open the sauce jar, and you're like, oh well, frick me, I should have just made it from scratch. No, not anymore, not any longer. Just with this one easy trick, you two can open any sauce jar imaginable. Just hit it on the floor. Just hit the lid on the floor. Hi everybody, hello, hello, hello. I bought Monster Hunter based on your recommendation. It turns out I suck at killing monsters. Aw, Nufi. Nufi. It's okay. I suck at killing monsters too. My secret is you go into multiplayer matches, chat, and they will carry your ass. The matchmaking is super simple. You don't have to look at the chat. There's stickers to communicate. You just follow the party. Don't worry about getting your ass carried. I'm sure your ass is very heavy, but don't worry, they can do it. Wait, Chia likes Monster Hunter? I love Monster Hunter. The spaghetti lid don't fit. What about the pride? Well, if you join other people and you like do something cool, there's the pride. Like, I don't know what weapon you're using, but like each class is capable of doing something sick. No, we don't seduce the monsters in Monster Hunter chat. It's called Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter, not Monster Lover. Hello! Welcome to the stream. I'm doing well, how are you? Yeah, you're hunting for monster kisses. Shut up, chat. No, you're not. I'm trying with Gunlance, just don't know why. Gunlance is a really, really good tank. I highly recommend that you go in with people, get that armor that gets the monsters to attack you more often, use your big ol' shield to block it, and you're gonna look so sick. You're gonna feel anime for doing it. You're gonna feel so anime. Chia, what weapons do you prefer? I'm gonna let you guess. What do you think I would use? What do I look like? What kind of Monster Hunter weapon is my weapon? Big ass hammer. You got it. Ding 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 ding. Hammer. Fists. I'd wrestle the monster. You look like a monster. Shut up. I don't look like a monster. Monster Lover is a fan game? Okay, I didn't need to know that. I didn't want to know that. Yeah, Sword and Shield is quite fun in Rise. Hunting Horn looking ass. Okay, that's only because I wanted to change things up, but yes. Yes, I do use the Hunting Horn. In all the other games, I use the hammer, so I was like, in this one, I'm going Hunting Horn. Chia, can we play Monster Lover? No. Hard no. Hard pass. Chia! Hi, Space Weeb. Yeah, I'm not an insect glaive person. Like, I know some people really love it, but not me. I like a slow, methodical weapon that I can think about. I don't have the reaction speed for something super fast. Insert glaive? No, insect glaive. Did I say insert? Chat is gaslighting me again. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I guess as most people do, one hand at a time. I can't really see what I'm doing, so I have to use, I guess, you. You are my guide. I can't look directly at my hand. Please move the keyboard away. It's nah, I'm gonna leave it here. Please move everything? You think I'm gonna make a huge mess, don't you? You don't trust me. Why don't you trust me? I'm not gonna make a huge mess. If anything, I'm gonna make a huge mess of my nails. Like, I'm just gonna get paint everywhere.
Yo, Chia is a based hammer user. Gift Seabat.
So, Fluffy Bottoms, welcome back to the cage. Thank you for 7 months. Based hammer user. I mean, I am a hamster. It's in the name. She didn't even put a paper towel down. Do I have a paper towel? Let's put down, we can put down something. How about we put down some Digimon cards? Because who cares about those? There. Now Marnie will be safe. Painting nails is relaxing and I love cutting the cuticles. It is relaxing, but it also is really stressful to me. Cool hands? Can we bite them? No. Stay away from my fingers. I'm the one who's supposed to bite you. Read the tag. Read the tags, chat. You don't bite me, I bite you. Wait, Digimon has cards? Yeah, it does. I also didn't know Digimon has a TCG. It does. I hear it's actually fun. I hear it's a fun TCG to play. Okay. Whoa, okay, no seal. You get right in there. I'm warning you, chat. I'm doing this with multiple debuffs. I'm not looking at my hand. I'm looking at the camera, so it's probably going to be reversed. I also, well, I just can't flip and see what I'm doing. I can smell the paint. Yeah, nail polish smells so strong. Painting by camera. This is going to be good. Don't make fun of me, chat. My other debuff is my hands do have a slight tremor. It actually, I'm not elderly, chat. I'm not an old lady. I don't have old lady tremors. You can see my skin is flawless, but it just runs in my family. Everyone has it. Like when I went to visit my aunt, her hands were like just like it runs in the family. She is sewing right now. I predict some reaping later. Yeah, like some having some sick, beautiful nails that chat's gonna be so jealous of. Yeah, there's input lag because I have to check the camera. Okay. Wow, doing this just based on the camera is super difficult. Let's put this on a card. Noted. Take notes, gamers. This is how you paint your nails. Chat, no, this isn't Twitch paints my nails for me. I can't flip and see. I can't flip and see it. Ooh, this bottle looks like it's just about to fall over. Maybe I shouldn't balance it on some Digimon cards. Okay. Oop, you want some nail polish, chat? I think I got too much on the brush. You want me to paint your faces? Hit. G. G. Some people actually do this on stream professionally and like they do it as like a regular thing that they do. Why? I'm about to cry. Wait, no, it looks so good. I understand now. I understand. What? Oh, I did it. No, I'm not gonna spill the paint. I'm not gonna spill the paint. Okay, next one. Okay. This is camera mode. The concentration is palpable. Does that look good? I can't tell on the camera. Ooh. Okay. Not bad. You know, this is going better than I thought it would, and I think chat underestimated me a little bit. Perhaps. Shaking like a blender. Shut up! I'm so stressed out right now. This is supposed to be relaxing, chat. This is supposed to be a relaxing activity that I thought would be a good subathon goal because it would be so chilled and relaxing. But I'm stressed out, and apparently chat's stressed out. We need Winston. He's asleep, thank goodness. Stop stressing out, streamer. Relax, chill. I'm chilled. I'm chill. I'm chill. I'm chill. I'm chill, chat. I'm chill. You wanna know how I got these scars? Got them from punching chat in the face. Can you still see? Yeah. Yeah, you can. I can't. I can't flip and see. But why do I need to see? It's only chat that needs to be able to see. How do Oh no, how do people do this? Oh, that's okay. I just got a little just a little smudge. Let me get rid of that. This is fine. I got my paint thinner here. And I did get some new Q-tips too. So here's a little nail painting life hack in case you're trash at it like I am. You take your shaky ass hands, you get paint everywhere, and then you go in with a Q-tip or 2 or 3 or 4 or 10, and you just use your paint thinner and you just wipe up all the stuff around. So there you go. Yeah, it's actual paint thinner. Acetone? I think it's called acetone, also known as nail polish remover, but if you're an artist, you know that's the same stuff you use as paint thinner. That's the same stuff. Chat wants a poll whether I will spill or not. Yeah, make a mess now, clean it up later. Yeah, that's how you get messy. You make a mess now, you clean it up later. Yeah. I'm actually this keyboard, I'm glad I left it here. It's a nice little hand rest for me. Oh, there's a cat hair in it. Ew. I touched the cat hair that had paint on it and it got on my fingy. Winston's not even here and he's already ruining my life. Eh. Ugh. Don't look at it, chat. Okay, this one's a little worse off. This is I think the hair did not help. Hair debuff. Just scraping it off. Just scraping it off. Ew, there's another hair. I know, I see my goddamn stream chat. I'm looking. I saw, I'm pressing buttons. You're not missing anything, I'm just scraping the extra off. Backseating painting nails? I know, only Twitch. Only on Twitch. Okay, this one's a little messier. That one didn't turn out quite as well as the other ones, but I am going to do multiple layers. Can you hear me? I've like pushed my mic all the way away. I'm realizing chat might not have been able to hear me from that far away. Multiple layers? Yeah, you're supposed to do like at least a couple layers and then you put on like the clear polish over top of it so that it keeps for longer. No, we hear you good. Good. We demand a do-over for that nail. The nail, it's fine. It's fine. It could be better, but I'm not a I'm not a professional, so I'm not getting paid to do this. Well, kind of I did. I gotta sneeze. I gotta sneeze. This isn't good. Okay, we're fine. I'm like kissing my phone right now. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Look at that. I guess this is why they make the brushes so wide. So that you can like just do it in one go. Let me get those edges. Okay. Okay, that's one hand done and like relatively painlessly. Uh-oh, I have to left hand mode this. Um uh uh Look, I got a painted hair on my thumb. This is real fun. Is that sarcasm? Because I am stressed out of my little gourd. Yeah, panic. Panic. This is when the mess happens. Oh no! No background music for the authentic nail painting ASMR? Yes, yes, exactly. I don't know why my background music doesn't play sometimes. It just goes adios and then I have to manually go in and find the file again. Hopefully you're ambidextrous. I'm ambidextrous in all the wrong ways. No, I'm not asking my dad to help me paint my nails. Yeah, teasing, but like there's all kinds of paint thinners. The ones that we use as artists are the same as acetone. The one that someone would use to paint their house is a completely different substance that will kill you if you look at it. Of course, because it's like outdoor paint, which isn't supposed to come off. But the one we use as artists is the same. Because you're supposed to make contact with it. Or in case you do make contact with it. It's like using road salt in cooking. Yeah, exactly. Using the same paint thinner you would use for painting in the outdoors for like a regular painting. The difference between road salt and rock salt. But acetone is still a paint thinner and I still use it regularly. This guy at work isn't answering me, so I'm just watching a grown-ass woman paint her nails. Yes, queen! Skiss, skiss, skiss! Slay! I'm going to let them dry a bit, because as soon as I pick this up with my left hand, I think you and I both know my fingernails are like gonna brush up against it. Oh, you can see your messages over here? You're on TV. Don't mess up the Digimon cards. That's what they're here for, so I could get paint all over them. Wow, like watching paint dry. Chia the type of streamer to make us watch paint dry and have us clap? Come on, this is like a Twitch category. People paint their nails pretty regularly. What else do you do in the downtime? You watch paint dry. Okay, you don't need to clap for that. Stolen valor. Do a raffle to get your paint-covered Digimon cards. Why would you want this? Like, look how bent out of shape it is. It was in my pocket for maybe like 2-3 months for some reason. I just had them in my pocket. Don't ask. Don't ask questions, chat. You ask too many questions. Why? You ask too many questions. I don't have to answer that. Are you the police? The pocket card. Okay. I'm scared to touch anything. This is black nail polish, so if I get it on any of my cords, or even my desk, it's really prominent. It's probably mostly dry. If you defeat Chia on the streets, she drops Digimon cards as loot. Yeah, I always carry around loot in my pocket just in case someone defeats me. Pocket card, go! You never know when you're gonna get into a Digimon battle. Don't you have to blow on them to dry them faster? I'm not blowing on them. How am I? There. Can you guys see that alright? Looks like you can see my whole dang hand. The whole ham is on display. Be cool, chat. Professionals use the funny UV light? Oh! I have never had my nails painted by a professional before. Like, it's pretty expensive, so I've always been of the mindset, why have someone else do it when I can do it at home for free and do a way worse job, but save a couple dollars? Chat would 100% get weird about you blowing on your hands? Yeah. Yeah, they would. Yes, they would. Chia could palm a basketball with those hands. Look, I'm hyper flexible. I can I can escape handcuffs because my hands can roll up. I can like make a knuckle disappear and then pop it out. Like, I'm hyper flexible. My thumbs can bend backwards, like all the way to my wrist. My doctor told me not to do that anymore. You can what? I can escape handcuffs. Because I can make my hand as big as my wrist. Can you pop out your thumbs? That's the only thing I can't do, but my brother once tried to... He popped out his thumb and he was like, Chia, I can help you. I can make you pop out your thumb, but I'm gonna have to dislocate it first. And I was like, no way, don't come near me. So I can't pop out my thumbs, because I didn't make a deal with the devil that day. Does your first thumb joint do a right angle? You mean like what do you mean a right angle? Like a... I don't know what you mean. Like a L? Like I can give you an L, chat. Oh no, I don't have the hitchhiker's thumb. I just have I have a straight thumb. Chia crime boss confirmed. Well, let's just say I had some practice escaping handcuffs. What's it to you, chat? It's none of your business. You can't imprison me. I'm too slippery. I'm covered in Vaseline right now. Streamer, these chatters are trying to analyze your fingerprints by asking weird questions. Well, my fingerprints aren't on the record, so... Or are they? Maybe they are on the record. What's it to you? They are now. Yeah, chat is like zoom in, enhance, analyze. Analyze those fingerprints. She has burned her fingerprints off. I've burned them off. Yo. This one scares me. I'm using my left hand, my non-dominant hand. And I'm doing this looking at a camera. This is gonna be really bad. It's gonna go so poorly. I can't even, like, make contact properly. Gotta get the side! Gotta get the side there! I can't get the side! I don't have the coordination with my left hand for the side. Oh, yeah. Thumbs up. Keyboard ruined? I didn't get any on my keyboard. I got some sweat on my keyboard. Got some ham sweat. I can't just keep calling my hands hams. Let me just put that back. Always prepared to escape arrest. Streamer, which way does your fingerprints swirl? Is it a circular or blobbish shape? It looks blobbish and circular, chat. What does that mean? Do I have cancer? Tiny hamster arms. Shut up. That nail is an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 is impressive for doing it with your left hand on camera. Like, looking, I'm pointing at the monitor like you can see it. Looking at this monitor here, I have myself, I'm looking at it to paint my nails because my camera, my phone is here in front of my eyeballs, so I can't see my hand when it's down on the desk here. I'm explaining this like it's a science experiment. Finger fun the chat again and you might kill someone. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, if I point at you, it means it's your turn to die. It's like the myth of the eye creature that has like a really long finger. Wherever the eyes are from, I forget where. If you see one in the wild and it uncurls its long finger and points at you, it means you're going to die. Chia, how will you chew on your nails with the nail polish on it? I've never chewed on my nails. I've never been a nail biter. It's always, quite frankly, disgusted me. If you die on stream, you die in real life. You're next. You're next. The finger of death. I'm fingering chat. You're next. I have a bad habit of biting? Well, you disgust me. Yes, streamer? Yes. You're what? Giving chat the finger of death. Wouldn't be the first time I disgust a woman. Yeah, like your mom. She had to change your diapers, you little baby. Bet she was disgusted with you. I can't open it. When I had real bad anxiety, I used to nail bite. In fact, maybe my anxiety is worse than it's ever been. But that's never been my coping mechanism. No, I prefer to curl up into a little fetal ball and cry. out of here. Okay. This is so scary because I can't see. I'm concentrating, chat. I'm too scared to put the brush down on my nail. I think it's here. Oh, welcome. Ooh, I'm so scared. I'm shaking. Ooh, I'm gonna fuck this one up bad. Ooh. Ah! What do you think, chat? What do you think? Did I nail it? Nailed it? Nailed it? Oh no. Oh, well. I didn't get it all over the side, which is good. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, this bad boy is gonna need some paint thinner. Look at that. Ooh. Ew. Aww. What a beaut. The anxiety refugee stream, honestly, a lot of VTubers probably do have anxiety. I'm trying to just scrape a bit off. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Ugh, that one's the worst yet. Alright, time to fuck up the other ones. Go outside and talk to people. I don't do that if I can avoid it. Bro, who is mentally stable these days? It's true. There's no such thing as someone who is completely, like, nothing going on. Nothing going on in their brains. We all got stuff. Oh, that's nice to hear, Alice. Just go outside. Just go outside, talk to people, they say. It'll be easy, they say. Now I'm painting my nails on stream. Look where that got me. Here! It got me here. I hate it here. Ooh. Not a whole lot going on upstairs here. That's what I like to hear. You can't be anxious if you never think. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm commenced though. I can't do this. I can. No, I can't. I can. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can't. I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh! I have to. Come on, Chia. Just one stroke. You can do it in one stroke. Done it before. Maybe not with your left hand, but you've done it before. So fucking scared. Whoa! Uh-oh. Gotta smooth that out. There's a lot of paint on the brush. I should have wiped some off. How do people do this with their left hand? Oh. Okay. That's not too bad. I gotta get the other side. I can't see that side. What do you think, chat? Only a little fucked up? It's alright, it's a look. It's called grunge. You can do it. I believe in you. You can paint your nails, says chat. Got me bracing like she's holding a knife. Yeah, it's like I'm doing the knife game where I've got my hand down and I'm trying to like, and any wrong move I could just end up by stabbing myself. Oh god. Another one. Another one. It's just a face, Mom. Just put the brush down. Just put it on your fingernail. Just put the brush down on your fingernail, Chia. It's easy. Why aren't you doing it? Because I'm scared. I'm scared I'm gonna fuck it up. You already fucked up the rest of them. Just do it. Yes, ma'am. Here I go. This might be the most stressful thing I've ever done on stream chat. Yeah, I got a date with a goth GF. Yeah, she's got big old bitties. I gotta get ready. I gotta impress. I can't. Doing like finger acrobatics. Oh! That's one of the better ones. Just make sure it's even. It is not even. It's okay. I tried. Okay. Last one. Last one. Last one, chat. Brace for impact. I have not spilled. I have not spilled at all. Well, I've spilled on my nails, but that's the purpose of it. Okay, one more. Is it cruel of me to not care about nails being polished? What do you mean by that? It's not cruel. Some people don't want to paint their nails. Me included. But I have to. Nothing cruel about that. Why is your middle finger so curvy? Like, what do you mean? Curvy? I got them curves. It's by the way I'm pressing it into the desk out of stress. I am just like... I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it well, but like I'm just pressing my hand. I'm like bracing for impact. You see it now? You see it? Okay. I don't like it when people paint their nails. Well, maybe that's a little fricked up because who cares what other people do with their body? That's just my take. People want to paint their nails, pierce whatever, it's not my business. Whatever makes them happy. And if it makes them happy, then I'm happy. Okay, here we go. I'm doing the reach around. I'm like coming in from another angle this time. I don't like it when people roleplay as hamster women on the internet. Well, kind of alarming that you're here. She's doing the what? I'm doing a bit of a reach around right now. She has done plenty of cruel and despicable things. Not caring about nails doesn't even breach the top 100. I thought they were just curvy by nature. My fingers? No, I told you, Chad, I'm hyper flexible and I'm so stressed out I'm pushing them into the desk. And that probably isn't good for them. But I can't help it. I can't help it. Okay, never mind. This is just her bit this stream, I guess. What? My bit? This was a subathon, gold chat. This wasn't a bit. Welcome, welcome. This is genuinely stressful. Don't worry, streamer, we're getting it twisted. Chat, no, getting it twisted? I love to see that. I love to see that. Oh, well, welcome. Welcome, but stop following me. You're only stressing me out more. But also, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Getting it twisted? Impossible. If we say the Stop Getting It Twisted challenge, maybe the people with TikTok brain will try to not get it twisted. This is the Don't Get It Twisted Challenge 2023. Was it specifically black polish, or do you need to talk about anything? I don't need to talk, I only need to paint my nails. There's only one left. I'm doing the reach around. This is a bad angle. I'm going to brick this up. Oh, I'm twisting it. What are you twisting, chat? Chia, don't stress out. The last thing we want is for you to not have fun while streaming. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely not having a good time right now. I'm scared, chat. I'm scared. This is worse than any horror game. This is just one last nail. That's it. Just one last nail. Easy peasy, and then we're done. The honk is loud. What can I say? Clown honks are meant to be intimidating. Here we go. Here, one last nail. Here we go. What are you talking about? Digit degrade legs? What? Why are you talking about, like, dog legs or something? What did I miss from chat? Yeah, what are they talking about, mods? I'm scared. I'm gonna get my snotch pierced after this one. Don't worry about it. It's my job to worry. Okay. I'm really accidentally close to my microphone. This is unintentional. Okay, last one. What if I fucking screamed? I'm gonna fucking scrum so loud. Careful, I'm being careful. I'm being careful. Get on with it. You shut your dang face. How about that? Mods, make this guy walk the plank. Walk the plank. Lip it. My pinky nail's too small for the brush. It's not built for a brush of this girth. The salami lid. She's doing it? I guess. What was that? What was what? The brush is too wide. Zoom in. Enhance. This one is... it's a bit fucked up. There's just a bit of junk on the sides. Because the brush is so goddamn wide. But that's what the paint thinner's for. You can just scrape that off. Just gonna scrape that off. Are you beating the game off stream? I gotta scrape off the bits, yes, off stream because I can't do that on camera. I won't be able to see what I'm scraping. $1 gazillion and Chia will learn how to sew? I already know how to sew. I actually took sewing lessons when I was young. I'm actually pretty proficient. I know the whole joke on Twitch is that VTubers can't function. That's the joke. Breaking stereotypes. Okay. There they are. That's the nails did. Girl. I've grown some gray hairs doing this. Yes, queen. I've grown a few more gray hairs doing this. Now you can do your toenails next. Yeah, for maybe... yeah, 10... no. 20,000 subscriptions. That's the only... yeah, 20,000 subscriptions. That's the only way. Even then, that's for me to even consider it. That's the finder's fee. Is it Essie? Yeah, this... I don't know if you can see it very well there. Honestly, went pretty smoothly. Thanks!
Haha.
Haha. Tilly said no. Thank you for the 3-month subscription. Welcome back to the cage. That haha was a little unnerving, implying that you only did it for me painting my toenails. Another chatter wondered if it'd be easier to paint your toenails, and I started thinking about the logistics. Well, the way that my camera's set up, I'd probably have to plunk my foot down on my desk, so I don't think it would be easier. Unless I change the camera setup somehow. But I don't think there's another place I can put this bad boy. I'm scrolling up to find out what else chat was talking about there. But I love getting it twisted. Whatever. Who cares what those guys say? Haha. How many subscribers for a face reveal? 1 million subscribers. And I released the most Canadian photo I've ever taken. It's in the vault right now. It's in the Trudeau's vault. Maine, you are backseating nail painting. If you were here earlier, you would have heard me say that I will double coat it. I appreciate a nail polish nerd, though. Don't tell me you're actually considering it. Well, there's the rub. There it is. You just get a photo of a hamster. Yeah, just a hamster with human hands. Don't worry about it. All the better to grab you with. But yes, I can guarantee that if I were to turn this camera the other direction, you would in fact just see a hamster. Don't worry about it. I'm just being a brat. But yes, I do always double coat. Really any polish, because it always looks better. Chat can't be eating that good. When they're getting it so twisted, so true, Sir Fluffy Bottoms, and that's why that's never going to happen. The rare brat admission? I'm deleting the VOD. I'm deleting the VOD. I admit nothing. Now for round 2. I'm picturing that one hamster meme with the yassified nails. Yes, queens. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Slay. Face reveal? Yes, I am a hamster. Alright, I think they're pretty dry. Some of them, I gotta go around with a Q-tip and I gotta get the jagged edges. But yeah, feels good to have my nails black again. I feel like people respected me more when they were black. Probably because I looked scarier. People didn't want to mess with me. They're like, this lady's going through something, and I'm not about to be on the business end of that. Okay, don't be weird, chat. Wait. You want to see my... Yeah, thank you, mods. But also, now this is giving me a good joke. I'll be right back. You want to see my boyfriend? He is a boy. He is my friend. I picked him up with my wet nails. Hi, Winston. The boy. Yes. You love to be on my desk. This is a treat for him. This is an absolute treat for him. You were so good. You didn't interrupt my nail painting at all. You can only see his fluffy posterior. Winston, we're watching paint dry. Cat stream, best stream, yeah. Look up here, Winston. Yeah. He's sniffing my nails. He's like, why do they smell weird? Oh, hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. He got so big, I know, he doesn't even fit on frame anymore. He used to be just like a little... He used to be so small. Now he's huge. Owner, I crave nail polish. Winston the kind of cat to eat nail polish. He's yawning over and over again. He's so tired. I woke him up in the middle of a nap. I told you, cat. Not cat. I told you, chat, that he was conked. Freaking conked out of his gourd. Meow says chat. Bow, 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 bow. Winston, you want to come back this way? Yeah. Good boy. The new kind of, relaxation stream, I ruined my brand new nails by patting a furry cat. He was lying down. Yes, good boy. See, this is the only man I need. This guy. I love him. Look up here, buddy. Wanna smile for the camera? I'm getting cat fur all over them. And it's worth it. Getting nail polish on my cat, visual ASMR. Change the tags. Y'all. Good boy. He's sniffing my fingers. He's like, they smell so weird. Why do they smell so weird? Sniff, 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 sniff. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. He's a sniffer. Let Winston get a sniff in. Don't sniff that, buddy. No, no, no. Okay, okay. We'll be back after these technical difficulties. He found the camera. Let Winston get a sniff in. Cat moment. Alright, buddy. Off my desk. I can't pick you up because my nails are wet. Okay, I just ruined my nails. I got nail polish on the cat. Oh. This has been the Winston Show. I hope you enjoyed. Now back to our regularly scheduled broadcasting. Mods, can we get a title change? I don't know, think of something funny. We're gonna be watching YouTube now. Winston intermission. While I change screens and let my nails dry, and also... My god, I'm so covered in cat hair! Goth girl watches stupid videos. People are gonna come in, they're gonna see me and be like, goth? Do they know what a goth is? Cause that ain't it. That's the point. Well, your humor might be a little highbrow. A little before its time. You have to have a very high IQ. To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand. True, Bodhi. True. I do have a knife hidden somewhere. You'll never guess where. It's Sunflower Core Goth. They'll understand. I don't think that that's a, like... Is that an archetype? Sunflower Goth? Things have changed. Aw, thanks, Prussian. It is now. We'll make it an archetype. Okay, let's see here. I don't know why I went all like Mario there for a hot second. There we go, you can type chat. I'm just pulling up my YouTube. Bury me, whoa. And, there we go. Double duff. Yeah, I know. It's because it was capturing. It was capturing the capture, which it does sometimes. It likes to do that. Likes to do that a lot, actually. Likes to do that too much. Do I have black nail polish energy now, chat? I feel like I do. The Chia clone. Chia number 3490. There's a Germa video on each row. I know, the YouTube algorithm won't stop suggesting Germa videos. Just won't stop. I don't know what that energy is, so yes, it's just, you know, energy. Aren't knife drawers normal? Yeah, I have a knife drawer. I also have knife holders. I also have a knife container. I also have one of those round cylindrical cones for keeping knives in. I have a lot of knives. Anyways, let's see what we have in the watch later. Culinary master. Chad doesn't believe me. The only thing that Chad believes I can do culinarily is make a mean batch of cookies, which is also true. What do you want to watch, Chad? I'll let you point and go. I'll let you start it off. As a treat. Pairs well with the gun drawer. Mom found the gun drawer again. Yeah, I've been meaning to watch this one for a while. Vermies, the horror game that doesn't exist. This has just been here, waiting for me. Vermin, shut up. Cooking with Jack is peak horror cooking. I know about cooking with Jack. I'm not ready to lose my lunch today. The Dark Souls book. I had an opportunity to buy the Bloodborne art book and I didn't take it. And now I regret it because it was only like 50 Canadian dollars for it, and that is really cheap for an art book. That's incredibly cheap for an art book. I was a student at the time. I was like, I don't have any money. That's expensive. It's for an art book though, chat, it's not expensive. Those things run pretty high now. Especially like the original ones, and it was in the original state. Chia getting the Dark Souls book ready to draw gothic scenes. I like how chat's going like full in on the gothic hamster theme, and I'm like, I'm just here. I just painted my nails. And chat's like, Chia's goth now, Chia's goth now. As long as they respect me. I have this book, it's super cool. Ooh. Yeah, chat's so excited. I should have painted my nails sooner. Okay, here we go.
Welcome back to Questing Beast. I'm Ben. Today we're taking a look at Vermis. This
Hi,
is
Ben.
the official guide to the dungeon crawler video game of the same name. This is the first official guide in what may be a series of official guides to this game. It's subtitled Lost Dungeons and Forbidden Woods because that's the part of the video game that it is covering. Here is our back cover right here. Which flesh is your flesh? Has this beautiful kind of washed out, almost pixel art like style.
Yeah, it's a nice book.
Art from the game in it. Now, important thing to point out here, the video game Vermis that this is a guide to does not actually exist.
What?
This is an official guidebook to a fictional game.
Oh, that's sick. And one of my chatters here owns this book. That's also sick. Read us your edgy slam poetry. Darkness imprisoning me. Blood all around me. My heart shatters into icicles. I cry because I'm sad.
And it uses the guidebook format almost as a way to do world building in a unique way.
Thank you.
This can just be enjoyed on its own as kind of an art project, or a lot of this could be mined for inspiration, both in terms of aesthetics and in terms of cool monsters and stuff to put in your game if you are running a D&D game or any kind of role-playing game for the tabletop. A corpse kneels beside a well. Mesmerized by the reflection of its living flesh, it wonders what could have been done and could have been. And for as long as the moon shines, the feeble illusion will prevail. It has a lot of
Very Soulsborne right there. Yeah, I always appreciated books like this. Ones that people can use as inspiration. I think one of the biggest things about being any sort of artist is finding inspiration. It's really easy to get that old writer's block and artist block. Sometimes you just need a little thing that makes you think. It has funny drawings. Yeah, the drawings are really quite nice. Reminds me of like a Game Boy game. Hello, welcome.
of the little bits of flavor text like that scattered through
Ooh.
here, often totally unexplained. It just evoking a mood, and you have to kind of put it together in your head as to what it's referring to. The text itself is often slightly stilted, as if it's translated from another language. I'm not sure if that's just because of the way that the author wrote it, whether that was intentional or not, but it actually kind of works towards the feel that I think the author is going for. You can choose whether to be good or evil. There's a bunch of different conditions here that could be inflicted on you during your adventures through these.
Oh, those are scary. These look like those AI generated creepypasta images that are meant to just freak you out. Like if you look at this, you are cursed. You are cursed now. Yeah, chat, which mood are you? Let me know in the comments below. Today, I'm feeling a bit of a possession. Perhaps mixed as well with a bit of slumber. I'm insanity for sure, says chat. I'm most definitely curse. Curse is so freaking scary. Keep that away from me. Mandela catalog faces. Yeah, pretty much. They belong in the Mandela catalog, that is for sure. White hives is a condition. Chat, you better not have hives all over your face. I'd go see a doctor.
Forbidden woods and lost tombs. There are no actual mechanics or rules, or very little in the way of stats even. We'll see a little bit of that as we go on here. The book is more interested in implying those things than actually telling them to you. Your mind is filling in the gaps for exactly how this game works, and even what kind of game it is exactly. It reminds me a lot of the Dark Souls or the Soulsborne games, and a little bit like traditional D&D.
Yeah, or what I've been playing recently, Lunacid. You could tell me that this was like an inspiration book for Lunacid, and I'd be like, yeah, I see that. That being said, Kingsfield by FromSoft is inspiration for Lunacid, so it all comes down to Soulsborne. This book is called Vermis. It's about a game that doesn't exist. It's essentially just like an inspiration book.
Much more linear, where you're going through a set series of events or encounters and finding stranger and stranger monsters that you're going to fight and defeat in some way. I think what we have here is a number of example classes that you could be when you start the game. For example,
I've seen these in Dark Souls.
Pricker. Their origins are yet unknown. Some say they're some kind of cult. Others say they're mindless minions to an evil god. Armor full of deadly infected spikes. Their handcuffs don't allow them to hold any weapons. So if you're this guy, you can't wield any swords, but you can try and ram your head into guys and spike them that way. Perhaps you want to be a waste of life or a wandering angel or a...
I already spec'd into that. I want to play a new class.
Princess's nail. This one's strange. Their loyalty knows no limits. They're all the princess's tools to achieve anything she wishes for. The crown's enemies, unattainable treasures, peace, or war. They will accomplish it or die trying. right? Who is this princess? What is the kingdom? It never gets into details for that.
It's up
You
to
just
the
have to fill it in
author.
mentally.
Up to interpretation. That's cool. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're watching Vermis, the horror game that doesn't exist. I had originally played Gifted Child, but Respect into Waste of Life. Oh, you too. That seems like one of the most common class paths.
So a little bit like Dark Souls in that sense. As you go through it, these different classes are fleshed out a bit. For example, you have the Stone Scholar here. He has a stone staff made
What
of
a
tiny
creepy,
merged rocks
creepy
used to help scholars
looking
walk and
guy.
cast spells. Or a stone bone shaped like a vertebra. This stone is
That's the waste of life right there. That's me in the morning looking for coffee. That's me leaving my bedroom in the morning when I initially wake up on my search to get a cup of gel into my system, and then eventually I'll slowly start to make my way upright.
inside their backs as a sign of devotion. They do have some stats here. This guy has no strength, very high
Shrimp
intelligence
maxing.
and faith.
Yeah, some
and
of our
pretty
postures
good
do be
will.
like that.
I think what's down here is how good or evil they are. This guy's mostly evil and maybe a little bit good. Some of the items are really cool. For example, this little thing is Moon Murder, talisman for vanishing the moon for a night. When crushed, that same night will be pitch dark. Great little idea. You could use that in D&D very easily. You've got things like the Minor Knight, the Rat Man.
The Rat Man! That's me! Rat Man was once a man afflicted by a curse, but with time he ended up losing his humanity. No memories of the man he once was remains. That explains a lot. He's been wandering in the capital sewers for so many years. He has become some sort of fable to scare children. Beware the Rat Man. Max strength, low intelligence, that's me to a T.
Cursed fool, the prophet. You even have the known gods that your character could be worshipping. The greater beings are deities out of our knowledge that demand devotion, punishment, or sacrifice. Some are older than time, some are sitting on thrones, and others are invisible to our eyes. They all shaped the world. Things like the cursed, the truth, the relentless, all these very weird.
Some of these look like Hylix 2 images.
Different sorts of deities that I guess if you were a prophet, you might be worshipping and possibly getting powers from. Right after this, we start getting into the setting or the adventure that you're going to be going through. But before, the first section is called Green Grave.
Sponsored jump scare. I'm using a sponsor skip when I do these Twitch videos. Just you know, no one's allowed to have free clout without my permission. Anyways, it don't skip properly sometimes and it freaks me out.
A dead man's garden. And there's just lots of really great evocative art here that just allows you to paint a picture of a world and a game in your own mind and starting to fill in those blanks. You might encounter some of the following monstrosities. These are really great. Crazy bones.
There are a lot of bone-based ones, I just want to say.
Mad bones or insane bones. I love that. It's just slightly funny, and you can imagine giving these guys weird powers.
Jet, are you a crazy bones, a mad bones, or an insane bones? I'd love to hear. Which skeleton are you? Maybe you're a living grave, or maybe you're a bone snake. Or a bone keeper. Maybe you keep bones instead. You're Mudman. I'm Bone Hurts. My bones.
As they get more and more
hurt.
bony and more chaotic as they fight you, crawling
Juice
out of graveyards and things like that. You can fight a witch head, shadow figure, bone keeper, bone snake.
We're playing with the bone snake.
OMG me. That's really great. It's like a skeleton full of ribs that I suppose grab you and enclose you inside it. Fantastic idea for a monster.
That's horrifying.
You can occasionally run into NPCs like the Lonely Knight, and even has some of the dialogue that they might.
The Lonely Knight is in like every Dark Souls game, every Bloodborne game. I'm pretty sure there was like a Lonely Knight in Elden Ring. They're everywhere.
If you tried to talk to them, along with some of their equipment. The Pauper's Catacombs are next, and there's a really great little trap or puzzle here where you can find this statue that's missing the top half of its head, and if you find part of a skull, you can slot it in there to solve the puzzle. I'm really tempted by the idea of taking the concepts and the encounters in this and turning it into an actual D&D campaign. One that's not as linear as the one described in here, but perhaps you could take each of these different zones or locations and spread them out on a map and allow players to go from place to place
It'd
as
be
they
cool if
chose.
someone actually turned
There's
it
great
into
little
a
pieces
real
of
game,
environmental storytelling
thus invalidating this whole video. The game that doesn't exist, and that, like, 4 years in the future, someone makes it.
in here as well. You can find this
It now
frightened frog
exists.
knight, and if you manage to get his armor, it says there's a piece of written cloth stored inside one of his gauntlets that says, "Do not dare return without a cure." Doesn't tell you what it's a cure for or what his mission is, but you start picking up these little pieces of story for each of these guys.
Yeah,
The stench
copyrights the
champion,
whole
that's a
thing.
great picture right there. The remains move in a strangely human way, trying to mimic the warrior they once were, as if they were unconscious of their new body.
I do not like
Next,
the
you can try and
centipede
cross
sticking
the
out of
silver
that.
swamp, which is full
I
of this mist.
saw a centipede in my house a couple days ago. The cats were following it around because they'd never seen a creature like that before. But I was horrified. I usually squish bugs that I don't like to see in my house. I leave spiders alone, but like if I see any other kind of bug, for the most part, I will probably just squish it. I would not go near that though. I was like, hopefully the cats will just eat it. We need more centipede enemies in video games. No, we do not. We definitely do not.
That makes you drowsy and you start falling asleep. You need to try and stay awake as you move deeper and deeper into the swamp. All sorts of new encounters that you could find here, like the man looking back. He's always looking back, even if you try to meet his eyes. Or the
I don't know why I found that funny. It reminds me. It just seems creepypasta. I guess it seems creepypasta.
hiding man behind a tree, naked and emanating a threatening aura.
Oh, the hiding man. I've seen that one before. IRL. Naked behind a tree, emanating a threatening aura.
At some point, a lost paladin could stumble out of the mist and try and fight you, thinking that you are one of the illusions that is found in this misty area. In an attempt to land the first blow, they suddenly lose balance and fall in front of you, holding onto your shoulders with what little strength they have left. Their tenuous voice mutters, "Why is my armor so heavy?" Then they collapse on the water. Now that they're unconscious, you can choose to steal their sword and perhaps end them right there, or spare their life. There's lots of different weird named swords all throughout this, which is really wonderful. This one's the Unbreakable Path. The blade
Weird
shines in
named
various colors like
swords.
oil, feels oddly light for its size. Some nice little touches to imply that it's magical. You can go even deeper down into the pestilent mines.
That's how Lunacid does it in the flavor text. It always is describing the weapons as like an unusual coloring, covered in a rust-like substance, just implying that it is magical in certain ways without actually just straight up telling you.
Things like a thin masked man. Again, I love how it has these little bits of dialogue that you could imagine in a video game. You know, when you click on stuff to say to him, those are his responses. Or if you're playing an RPG, you can just imagine those as being like inspiration for the way this guy talks and how he thinks, and you can kind of riff off of it. Here is a whole bunch more monsters that could lurk inside the Flute Woods, another region to explore. Some hateful creatures like the Mole Goblin, the Giant Acid Slug, or the Mud Child. What's great about these illustrations is how you get a very good sense of the vibe of these creatures and what they look like generally, but they're inspecific enough to allow your imagination to really work on them. If you find the house without windows and go to sleep inside, weird stuff is going to start happening. You have this strange dream that causes you to think
Never fall asleep in the house with no windows, chat. You best be sleeping in the woods at that point.
in the room without shadows. You realize how, despite the intense lighting, you don't cast
Oh yeah,
a shadow.
does the house have
As the chanting gets
Linux?
louder, you feel more and more debilitated, as if every word put more weight on your shoulders, crushing you under it. Eventually, you wake up and realize that everything was a dream. There was no fire in the fireplace, and the place is basically empty. But don't look up the chimney. You can find the Green Sun
I
ruins.
don't like that. Have you checked your chimneys recently, Jet? I don't know if any of you have chimneys. I don't think it's very common in apartments to have them, if at all. I think that's actually usually a fire hazard. Anyways, if you're living in an old decrepit house like me, check your chimneys. Maybe something crawled up there. Or tried to crawl down.
With a kind of simplified dungeon layout, along with some weird encounters you might have in there. If you come across this dying knight, you can actually do a mission for him. I suppose
Yeah,
it's
you don't want to
optional.
get chimney
Where you
men
go
in
through
there.
the green sun gate, you find this red skeleton that's completely covered in dripping blood, which is a great
They are a
variation on
bee
a
to
skeleton.
remove.
I love twist on skeletons. Fight some necromancers, get his cool helmet that allows you to get a bit of necromancy.
Ooh.
Fight a petrifying basilisk-like creature. Crawl out into the old goblin garden and the alluring shrine.
Goblin Garden sounds like the name of like a really comfy, cozy game I'd just come across on Steam about like giving goblins bubble baths or something.
Lights of Madness. This reminds me a lot of that spider head thing from the movie The Thing, right? When the head comes off and little spider legs come out of it and it crawls around. It's probably where that came
Ew.
from. It can make you insane if you look at it too much, though. The
That's
Royal
fair.
Spine, another weird sword right here. Inside the chest lies the Royal Spine, a gold-plated thrusting weapon covered in jewels. This weapon is clumsy to handle and very heavy. It is beautiful as it is useless. You can fight the Goblin Knight and their little
I relate.
boss, and finally reach the Princess's Chamber. Despite a lot of the art being just very grotesque or eerie, there is a sense of almost melancholy and sadness underlying a lot of the tone of this book, which I really like. It's a nice break from the black metal, everything is horrible style of play that you might find in Morkborg or other really grim, dark versions of old school D&D. This has there's elements of beauty and sadness to this, which really break things up and make it a lot more interesting. For example,
That's a really good way to put it, because I think that's a lot of the Soulsborne strengths is they have it's not just a dark world filled with horrors and things beyond your comprehension, but it's a place that people live and have stories and, well, like you said, there's some beauty. Narrator trying so hard not to mention Dark Souls every 5 seconds. It's hard not to compare it to Dark Souls. It's so like ingrained in our consciousness now.
once you exit the chamber to walk the way back, you witness an uncanny scene. A pale
This
woman
is
with
the
a sad
Dark Souls
expression
of
kneels before the
books,
Goblin
truly.
Knight's corpse. Her skin is lumpy and full of wounds, and her hair floats as if she were underwater. The vision lasts half a second. Again, never explained. Here's a bunch of weird weapons, the immortal blades that you could easily copy and come up with special powers for if you're running D&D. The uncrossable path, the menacing shape, shade sanctum, the silent keeper, the
Now
two
he's just saying
coins.
cool names.
This stuff just gets in under my skin in the best possible way and just makes my mind start coming up with D&D isms to fill this stuff in. And I just love that. It's hard to find stuff that has this much creativity, this much passion and work put into not just the art, but into the design and into the concept.
I want this book now.
It's a really remarkable book. It is a little bit hard to find a copy of it because the print runs of it do tend to sell out very quickly. There might still be some available at the time you watch this, but I would head over to their website. I'll put a link down below and you can see if it's available. And if not, I think you can sign up for their newsletter where they will notify you when they reprint it. That's what I did. That's how I was able to get a copy, and that's probably your best solution. Come to the
Seems
end
really cool. Yeah, it does.
Really creepy monsters.
Imagine just coming across this in a used bookstore.
But it's probably not the very end, the drowned labyrinth right here, because this is only book 1 in the series, and perhaps there may be even more. So that's it for Vermis. Not really my typical fare for this channel, but I really couldn't resist showing it off.
I love how it says official play guide. Like, if you did just come across this book in the wild for whatever reason, it does feel like a piece of lost media. That's so cool. Me buying out all the copies of Vermis just to bring them to my local used bookstores so that children can come across them and get nightmares.
And the tone and the beautiful art would really be, I think, up the alley of a lot of the people who watch this channel and are into old school D&D and are looking for some cool inspiration. So go check that out in the description.
If I found this randomly, I would dedicate my life to finding this game. Yeah, me too. I could see if I found this as like as a teenager, I could see this being my fixation throughout my young adult life, just trying to find this game. Like a creepypasta come to life.
And remember to subscribe to the channel, and you can even subscribe to my newsletter if you want to get updates on what I'm working on and you want to get news from around the old school D&D sphere. All right, thanks for watching, everyone.
Thank you. Good vid. Clap. Yes, I'm clapping right now, but I'm holding also a cup in my hand, so I'm not really clapping. But I'm clapping in my mind. I'm clapping in my brain. We call those the brain claps. Honestly, the rejection hotline rabbit hole, do you remember that? Do any of you youngins remember the rejection hotline stuff? I was pretty young when it was all happening. I remember. Okay, let's watch.
I don't totally identify with being a millennial or a part of Gen Z. Like, as a kid, I had a flip phone, but I never learned to efficiently text with, like, just the number pad. One summer as a preteen, I met this girl who I grew to have a crush on, and one afternoon, we were sitting around playing on our flip phones. Now, this was like 2007 or 2008, so this would have been about as interesting as playing on a calculator. But then she showed me an act.
Texting with number pads was so annoying. I thankfully skipped that. Because I didn't have a phone until I was like 14, and by then the touch phones came out. But I had a friend who had like a Blackberry, which was all the rage back in the day. It had the screen that flipped up and the keypad that was under it. And I remember watching her text, and she was just like, she was so fast, even though those number pads are so annoying. And I remember trying on that keypad. I was like, how do you do this? This ain't it. How do you send a text with this? And that's excluding the number pad only phones that you could text on. That one actually had a proper keyboard.
Phone number, which led to this recording. A recording which I could only describe as like a voicemail meme. I didn't even know what a meme was at the time.
This is not the person you were trying to call. You've reached the rejection hotline provided by rejectionhotline.com.
I took her sharing this as not reciprocating my crush.
Unfortunately, the person who gave you this rejection hotline number did not want you to have their real number. We know this sucks.
She really didn't like me. Even though she gave me her phone number, her real one, she also showed me this one.
Take the hint, accept the fact that you were rejected, and then get over it.
To me, the message
You mean
was
this
very
isn't flirting?
distorted yet clear.
Maybe you're just not this person's type. No, this could mean boring, dumb, annoying, arrogant, or just a general weirdo. Maybe you suffer from bad breath, body odor, or a nasty combination of the two.
She didn't like me, though I later found out she did like me. We just didn't have the word meme yet to describe what we were listening to, what was happening to us. Tracking
That would be my version of flirting. So I understand where this lady's coming from.
the history of this little...
That's fucked up. Well, the kids don't really have a concept of like you find something funny, you share it with people, and then the other person reads way too far into it, and you're reading way too far into it, and people are just reading way too far into it at that age. Don't even know what a meme is. Memes did not even exist. You smell ugly. You smell, you're ugly, get out of my school. Yeah, that's just me flirting. I hate you, Chet. I hate you. Teehee.
internet startup led me to some corners I really wasn't expecting to go. The number was first mentioned online in 2002 and allowed its creator to create a whole catalog of
rheaizhere,
mobile
tell me
phone
more,
content
streamer.
just like the hotline, which he profited from and received notability for.
I hate
but along
you
with
so
the
much.
notability came accusations of plagiarism, theft, yeah, this is William. Numerous versions of this message, the rejection hotline, sort of existed as a piece of viral audio, created as a tool to turn people down politely. As described by its creator, Jeff Goldblatt, the rejection hotline exists as a public service to both the rejector
A
and to
public
the rejectee.
service.
It's a phone number that theoretically is to be handed out to people trying to flirt with you without publicly turning them down, without embarrassing them. That's for when they get home and listen to the message.
Do your best to forget about the person who gave you this number, because trust us, they've already forgotten about you.
Though it's not a perfect
my God, that
creep
laugh.
solution. Do
That laugh. Yeah, you can't do this nowadays with like Instagram and Facebook and all that. It's just you can't give someone like a fake number anymore if you're not. If you feel like they wouldn't be able to handle you saying no, you can't do that anymore nowadays.
Not be the person who sits there and waits as you verify somebody's phone number. That tells me you have
People will
rejection
track you
hotline
down.
trauma.
Yeah, they'll put like a dead mouse in your mailbox or something.
Learn to walk away politely, please. There were numerous versions of this, like the British rejection hotline, which was the exact same recording but with somebody doing a British accent.
You've reached the rejection hotline.
There was the service industry rejection hotline, which was created for waiters to turn down customers who would be paying them tips.
Tip generously. It's not their fault that you're more attracted to them than they are to you.
Okay, I love that.
HumorHotline.com.
I really hate the laugh.
I love that. That's actually a thing as well.
That
The
plays at the end of every
hotline,
single one of these messages,
HAWT.
every single one. In a retrospective interview with Vice, Jeff Goldblatt explained the idea came about because he had this unused business phone line. Eventually, he recorded and connected the now infamous message, and it became so popular it crashed the entire phone service line. The rejection hotline spun off into all sorts of humorous hotlines that you could use to send a message to somebody or just call into for some good, honest entertainment. The Get Over It Day line was a humorous way to tell someone nicely to get over something they're upset about. Like,
That's
"Hey,
a
dude,
lot of text.
I'm sorry to hear about your dog. Here's my phone number if you want to talk about it."
Please, shut the up. Stop being such a whiny little bitch. And remember, it could always suck more.
The pissed off poet
That would eviscerate me if that happened to me.
was an uninspired character giving you commentary about all sorts of things over your mobile phone speaker. A great medium for content.
So here's a message for you clowns at Starbucks. Dunkin' Donuts kicks ass and your coffee sucks.
Stay tuned for my We Remote
That
Speaker
laugh, I
podcast
hate
coming
it
soon.
so much.
And speaking of the pissed off poet, we have the Piss on You hotline.
Congratulations.
Huh?
You're about to be pissed on.
It's such a specific kind of content catalog. It's like a bad deep fried Facebook meme, except you have to call a phone number and then just listen to it. As a
Don't
kid,
call.
I didn't
Chat, don't call that number. Stop. It probably isn't even up and running anymore.
think about this again until I tripped, fell, and did 2 years of forensic speech and debate at community college, Tallahassee Community College. Go Eagles. Now, back in 2017, people were discussing whether or not there existed a compromising video of the president
I am the chosen one.
being peed on by somebody who he hired to pee on him.
You're about to be pissed on.
Claims of this lost Donald Duck
What?
cartoon are still hotly debated. For these speeches, you had to cite like 7 different articles for a 7-minute speech, so you couldn't always be picky about your sources. But while I was preparing a speech regarding
That was a thing? As a Canadian, you miss these sorts of things sometimes. What? Did everyone just memory hole the piss tape? So people just forgot about Pissgate? What are you talking about? Don't worry about it, moderators. We're not doing anything weird. Anyways, you are about to be pissed on.
the optics of the situation, I stumbled across a connection between this story and the rejection hotline.
That's
See,
fair.
the documents which alluded
Never
to
forget.
this tape existing were published by BuzzFeed News. It was actually the first time a lot
Ah,
of people
very
learned
reputable
that BuzzFeed
source.
publishes news, and not just weird
Oh.
personality quizzes. Other media organizations confirmed they received copies of the documents, but had chosen not to publish them. But nonetheless, it created a whole media cycle of speculating on its legitimacy and fiercely rejecting its claims.
Does anyone really believe that story? I'm also very much of a germaphobe, by the way.
This article featured an interview with
He's a
right-wing commentator
germaphobe?
John Lott, who said that these
Who
documents
could
couldn't-
ever hate Germa? Germa jump scare. Can't even blame them. So much happened in those 4 years. How are we supposed to remember Pissgate?
be real because the founder of BuzzFeed, who chose to publish them, Jonah Peretti, has a long history of trolling. A history of trolling that is not limited to accusing Jeff Goldblatt of stealing an idea he and his sister came up with, the New York rejection line. Accusations that were made through an online impersonation of Jeff Goldblatt, created to admit to plagiarism, which has proven for me to be an incredibly difficult claim to refute. The Peretti's rejection line was a similar service that featured real comedians, such as Jonah's sister, Chelsea Peretti, who has continued to have an incredibly successful career playing fan favorite Gina Linetti in the sitcom Brooklyn Nine-Nine, amongst a lot more. Living out their 20s in downtown Manhattan, Chelsea and Jonah put their heads together to create rejectionline.com, which featured the connected phone number in 2000.
This is a lot
no
to take
evidence
in.
of Goldblatt's rejection hotline appears on the internet until 2002. The rejection line voicemail would feature alternate messages being available as extensions. Jonah himself would read the options.
Please listen carefully to the following options.
Dial 1 for Becky Poole as the comfort specialist.
There is always alcohol.
2, Dennis Quinn reading the sad poem.
Eyes see the vibrating faces of the cruel, and I wonder why no friends in high school.
And 3, unrealistic hope, written and performed by Chelsea.
The person who gave you this number was probably just joking around.
I do think Chelsea is...
God, that was so deep fried. Those are good. Those are really funny. This is too American for me, and I'm from the US.
very funny, and I always really enjoy going back and looking at comedians' early works and finding out they had a very strong sense of their brand early on.
So I was hoping we could do it like more newscastery, just like
Both of us?
Yeah, like
Chelsea, how are you?
I'm great, Conan.
The rejection line additionally takes more time to inform the caller why somebody may have felt the need to give them a fake phone number.
Maybe this is their way of saying, hey you, I'm scared.
An opportunity which I think Goldblatt did not take very well.
Hey you, I'm scared. that is a thing. That's a thing when like some people are pretty aggressive in the public space about trying to ask people out, and it's scary. I don't like strangers that much. In fact, you don't even need to be a scary stranger for me to maybe even be a bit scared of you. Hey, you. I'm scared. That's how I always introduce myself to a woman. Hey, you. I'm scared. I love women, but they scare me.
Chelsea explained to the New York Observer that besides being an outlet for comedy, the rejection line was actually a tool for women who needed an out when it comes to relentless harassment for their personal phone number.
I guess because I'm a woman, I think of it as something that a woman could use as a tool. I think if you're picking up on body language, you're not going to get a rejection number.
Clearly, the Perettis believed that their rejection line was coming from a different place than Goldblatt's rejection hotline.
Your hands are always
the website of which
shaking
was
because you are constantly thinking of women. Shut up!
proudly advertising rejection hotline branded thongs. They also featured images of Miss Rejection Hotline. Goldblatt loves the booba. And
can I put the rejection hotline thong on my throat?
PR, CNN, USA Today, and People Magazine all gave the
Don't
Perettis
bring it near
attention
me.
for their rejection line.
No,
And clearly
no,
the
no,
two
no,
felt
no, no,
ownership
no.
over the idea. How could they not?
No,
Though
Chet.
it wasn't until Goldblatt started receiving his own media attention that they decided to do something about it. To gain more information about the accused plagiarizer, Chelsea would go undercover as New York reporter Vanessa Holmes, who would contact Goldblatt directly for an interview. Soon after, JeffGoldblatt.com was published to the internet by the Perettis. The Perettis said, "You stole our idea, we'll steal your identity." Hello fans, this is my personal site where I can tell the story of how I started the rejection hotline. Tons of people call the line. Girls go crazy when they find out
She's
I
a
created
CIA
the phone service.
agent.
I've even had marriage proposals. I'm just thinking about the thousands of unsold rejection hotline underwear that exists in his home. The ladies especially like the fact I have.
That's where it is. That's where they're keeping it. That's where they're keeping the rejection hotline underwear, in his house.
A picture of screwing elephants on the page. Man, I love that picture. Lol, lol, lol. Yeah, this part is like one of the weirder parts about Jeff Goldblatt. There was a photo of elephants having sex on his homepage, the Real Rejection Hotline website. Then animals humping and having sex, that became like a staple of Jeff Goldblatt's humor. Even merchandising it. Stop worrying. He's just a friend. That's not why I'm worrying. Then there's quite a few videos.
Yeah, that's no one's worrying about that. Excuse me. I can just imagine him watching like Animal Planet or something, losing his mind. Lol, lol, lol. I love this show, honey. Honey, shut up! The animals are about to do it.
On YouTube he's posted for
Funniest thing I've ever
Hump Day
seen.
of animals just having sex with each other, humping.
goes
All of these
on?
videos have less than 10 views. I think they only broke
What?
5 views because of me. The Paredes accused Jeff Goldblatt of posting unfunny animal sex pictures, and Jeff Goldblatt said, "No, I will prove you wrong. They are funny."
Because you said we can say whatever the hell we want? I'm sure. Or horse
Quite a few of Jeff Goldblatt's hotlines are very
They
strange.
are
Only
funny.
20 to 25% of them were actually rejection lines, with some of the others being uncreative, unoffensively unfunny.
Oh,
things
that's
I
good,
showed you
King. I
earlier
like that.
on. But then there's the supposed STD scare phone number, which has almost entirely been scrubbed from the internet. I found a forum of people discussing what it said, and I also found a post by Humor Hotlines which described it as a scare hotline. So I imagined it tried to trick the caller before giving them this message.
If you feel scared, nervous, or itching, maybe you should be thinking about who you're f***ing in the future.
Why would you shame people for sleeping around, specifically when your audience is the dating scene? Imagine if like Tinder did something like this. Well, it was to get views, probably. Not only is this uncomfortable, but people in the forum were warning other users not to engage with the advertisement at the end of the message. Hi, it's Mike from the forum. Don't put any numbers from your phone. You may be giving some scammer the use of your phone number and you will get the bill. Could be a big scam and a headache. On the Paredes official website, they had this statement posted: unauthorized commercial use of the rejection.
My vet is screaming and crying and clawing. Or my cat, sorry. I read that as vet. Like you went to the vet and the vet just suddenly started like climbing all over you, clawing at you. I was like, what happened? Is your vet Catwoman? I had a scare, called a cab, about to go to the vet, and he puked out half a pepper that he bit off from your vase. Oh my god. Why are cats like that? Why are they such creatures? You know, succulents can be they can be poisonous for kitties. I would keep mine up really high when I had them. But like once I looked at the shelf that the succulent had been on, and there was just puncture holes in the leaf. The cat had got up there and like bit the leaf and decided no, thank goodness. But she had tested it. There's just puncture holes in my succulent's leaves from their little fangs. Cats are such silly guys. My vet also screams and claws. You gotta show dominance around cats. I can't believe people just let this creature roam their houses. Yeah, you gotta make sure to lock your cat up. Are you gonna eat those succulents? No, they will make you shit, chat. Don't eat them.
Line or the rejection line concept is strictly prohibited. I think they really wanted to creatively distance themselves from this guy, but of
There's
course
kitty bites on like half my plant sleeves and I only have one cat. They are plant munchers. I'm glad, Pody, I'm glad your despair event turned into a relief event. Thank goodness. Yeah, remember, always refrigerate your cats.
Plagiarism. The best part about the rejection
Lol,
hotline
lol,
is that
lol.
instead of
Man,
wasting
I love
time
that
thinking of
picture.
my own idea,
Lol,
I just
lol,
look for
lol.
a cool idea to steal. Theirs is the rejection line, and mine is the rejection hotline. See what I did there? I added the word hot. Lots of people thought it was my own idea. Even the LA Times and other papers ran stories about my brainchild. The Paredis are seething. That was supposed to be their LA Times interview.
I was like, is this what internet trolls are?
You tell me, Chelsea. You were the internet troll, but they did put a disclaimer
She's
at the
such
end
a
of the
little
website
internet
eventually,
troll.
so it could be considered parody. It is great to be Jeff Goldblatt. In fact, sometimes I ask myself, Jeff Goldblatt, how do you get to be so cool? I guess the answer is stealing, mostly. The people over at the rejection line are stupid. They wasted their mental energy thinking up the original concept, their time having real comics write and perform outgoing messages. Meanwhile, I have become the undisputed Ronald McDonald of rejection. Thanks, Jeff Goldblatt. While Chelsea was
Oh my god, the
frequently
desktop
involved, Jonah
wallpaper.
was really the bigger internet troll back then, doing lots of stunts to get attention, like ordering a custom pair of Nike sneakers through Nike's store and wanting the label sweatshop on them, clearly criticizing some of Nike's alleged abuse. A Nike rep quickly declined the order, yet Jonah's response email was shared around a whole lot, insisting that he did not violate Nike's terms and conditions and that he wanted to remember the toll and labor of the children that made his shoes. Epic own. Then together, Jonah and Chelsea would create blackpeopleloveus.com, a site that's sort of satirizing how racially insensitive corporate and political pandering and positioning can seem. Noticing that all of this content was being shared around the internet during work hours, Jonah would create the Bored at Work network, which would begin his journey toward BuzzFeed, which began as a sort of
We don't
viral
need a
lab.
Bored at
But
Work network now. We got VTubers. A cultured troll? She might be a real Joker. Yeah, I'm starting to think that she's just like the Joker.
Jonah went a little too far with his internet trolling when he went after somebody with money. The money to fight him back. Jonah had created
Or her
a fake
brother,
website
rather.
claiming to be gun activist John Lott, the guy from the beginning of the story. Jonah's website, askjohnlott.org, claimed that Lott had changed all of his political positions in favor of gun control. Then Lott found Goldblatt, or Goldblatt found Lott.
But I think a bunch of guys like us should team up.
And the two sued the web research organization Jonah was being funded by, iBeam, because Jonah was found to be using company servers to create his trolling projects.
Intriguing.
The lawsuit ended in an undisclosed settlement in which iBeams took responsibility for the project, not Jonah. iBeam deeply regrets any confusion and offers a formal apology to John R. Lott Jr. The terms of the settlement are confidential. It seems weird the organization would want to take the fall for Jonah, until you learn that under iBeam, Jonah had developed reblogging. Like the concept of reblogging, he invented it there,
What?
which then became reposting, retweeting, you know, the core mechanisms used to share content on the internet. I think they maybe wanted to keep him. Like Goldblatt and Peretti, John Lott loves taking up and creating media opportunities for himself. On Jonah's Ask John Lott website in 2000...
Yeah, we've gone 0 days without another morb incident. You think in 2023 it would have died down?
Jonah posed as John Lott to have John Lott admitting to posing as a woman who gave him favorable book reviews on Amazon. In 2016,
This is so
John
complicated.
Lott was caught circulating a letter he wrote in the first person, pretending to be a female college student who later accused John Lott of using her. The twist, which John Lott described as ghostwriting instead of impersonation, was reported by BuzzFeed News. And now, this is the story.
Alright, my takeaway from this so far has been don't piss off comedians.
That comes up when you look up John Lott impersonation. No matter how many interviews this guy does about being
We need a
impersonated
timeline.
by-
This timeline is getting more convoluted than the Legend of Zelda timeline. It's getting more convoluted than Kingdom Hearts. Like, I'm following Kingdom Hearts timelines better than this.
by Jonah, he has become the impersonator.
Chia, are you a comedian? Well, chat, I'll answer that with another question. You think I'm a clown?
He's been throwing Goldblatt's name around for years to support his side of the story. And while doing so, quite frankly, I think he's completely disregarded what Jeff Goldblatt had built, the short-lived empire he had built, referring to humor hotlines as someone small that the Paredis went after. By 2002, Jeff Goldblatt was working with communication firms to install rejection hotlines in every single major city, which were all individually averaging about 10,000 calls a day, while also actively changing the phone number so it would maintain unrecognizability. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution interviewed Goldblatt, where humor hotlines was described as a highly profitable company with $2.5 million
Add Chia Clown to the Chiaverse.
In 2007 and 2009, humor hotlines saw their annual callers rise from 40 million to 70 million. The calls would serve an ad at the end of them, with humor hotlines even partnering with Hollywood to promote the film Hitch, boasting on their website that on the heels of our Hitch on the Hotline promotion, Hitch was #1 at the box office.
The hell?
Coincidence? We think not.
People really calling the hotline unironically,
Will Smith,
I guess.
move over. Here comes Goldblatt.
Oh, that's hot.
Goldblatt has claimed that 12% of
I love that picture. Lol, 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 lol. Can I get some lols in chat for the elephants?
his hotlines went viral, which he describes as being different than something just getting a lot of views. Think about it like how a meme enters into the public conscious versus a YouTuber who has a niche audience. Have you heard your grandkids laughing about the internet phenomena that is Rickrolling? But you don't know how to dial a URL into your phone? Well, try the Rickroll hotline. And yes, folks, it's still active. Did you get Rickrolled by me on Twitter? Are you angry about the taste of preteen girls in 2008 and how they don't find your jokes about Twilight funny? Send them a pre-recorded voicemail about it.
You've reached the Twilight Obsession hotline because you've sucked your bank account dry with your compulsive obsession for this vampire bullshit spewed from the Hollywood merchandising machine.
Then you don't have to hear
Okay. That's wrapped around to being relevant again. There's been a Twilight resurgence. Because a lot of people who enjoyed Twilight as a teenager who got the cringe like kicked out of them for enjoying Twilight as a teenager have just, it's wrapped back around and they went, I'm an adult now. I can cringe if I want to. And now there's been just a whole resurgence with Twilight again. Are you angry about preteen girls from 2008? Yeah, that's a good line. Yeah, you go, girl. Cringe is dead.
When they don't laugh. Imagine creating a recording specifically to call preteen.
Yeah, when are they adding Twilight skins to Fortnite is my question. I would buy Edward Cullen in a heartbeat because I love Robert Pattinson. Don't know how I feel about that, but if people want to I did not like the books. They're not for me, but if people want to enjoy things, who am I to tell them no? It's not hurting anyone. A lot of the people talking about those books are describing them like, oh, it's brain candy. I'm like, okay, well, my brain candy is playing Fortnite, I guess, so I understand.
And teen girls, bimbos.
It's in your mind, brainwashed bimbo.
What a very mean-spirited way to punch down at children.
Punching down to, like, calling a pretween a bimbo? Excuse me?
By the way, his internet footprint
It was a different
now is
time.
claiming he is a viral content and business.
Chat's a bunch of brainwashed bimbos. They're watching me, aren't they? I got you. Pin that guy. Back in the day, it was cool to make fun of anything and everything. Yeah, if someone enjoyed something, especially if it was associated with preteen girls, there was a lot of animosity towards it.
Startup guru. He also claims the smartest thing he ever did was fire himself as the CEO of his own company, and now he wants to tell you how to run yours. But
Face talk, it's real hard to tell people how spiteful the 90s and early 2000s were. Yeah, it's hard to put into words just how, like, I guess the best way I can put it into words is I have a very vivid memory of hiding the fact I still enjoyed Pokemon. I was in gym class, surrounded by my peers. Someone out of nowhere is like, oh, Chia likes Pokemon. And I was like, no, I can't let them know. I still play Pokemon. It's that kind of energy. So if you grew up in those times, it was that energy. It's the don't let them know you cry. They'll look for anything to like latch onto.
He doesn't even trust himself to run his. Since the lawsuit, I've really only seen one comment by him about this situation.
I'm glad things are changing for the better. It looks like I'm not a kid anymore. Like I can't speak for the situation in schools. But I believe people are a lot more sensitive to that, and I believe things are changing. It looks like they are from the outside. I'm very happy about that. It's not perfect by any means, but I'm all for positive change. 2000s was really hostile, yes, but it's not like today's internet isn't accessible. So true. Twitter.
Really only had to do
But
with
I'm
the fact
crying
that the
deep on the
Parettis were
inside.
also going around using this web.
Don't let them know you cry. But you cry deep on the inside. Narcolepsy, aka Winston. Oh, and coffee. But, like, Winston walked into my room like I have arrived. He was like the little harbinger of coffee, with my dad following behind. Man, I haven't had coffee in weeks. Get yourself a nice cafe. A nice cafe latte. And then Winston stood up on his hind legs and said my full name. Oh yeah, I can only imagine, King. I can only imagine. That must have been real tough. Oh, he's on my desk. I repeat, the Winston is on my desk. Okay, he jumped onto my desk and just immediately started biting my mouse cord. Okay, you gotta go if you're gonna be doing that shit. I need headphones because of you, bozo. Come on. Mother, I desire to bite the spicy rope. There's a tiny cockroach in my coffee. Help! Are you being serious right now, chat? Why are you being such a baby? That's just extra protein right there. Freely delivered. Do I keep drinking it? That depends. You ever want to know what it's like to drink a cockroach? Yeah, add some nice crunch to your otherwise bland coffee. I'm gonna do it. Wait, no, actually, some people are kind of allergic to roach bits. I don't want to be responsible if that's you. No, I'm doing it? Okay, I will not be held responsible for you drinking your roach coffee. That's disgusting. My brother drank an ant once. Who hasn't drank an ant by accident? Hi, welcome to the stream. I once made a fresh batch of tea, had poured the boiling water into my cup, and then I turned a bit of honey over, like I had the honey jar, I turned it over the top, and just a fat ant just plunked right into my tea. And I was like, well, I can do two things right now. I could drink it anyway, or I make new tea, and I decided to just make new tea at that point. It was, you don't understand, it was a big ant. It's huge. I had a ladybug and some microwave pasta. Never bought that brand again. I was telling chat before, if you go to a restaurant and you order the salad, you don't know what the what the kitchen staff has to go through to make sure that salad is bug-free. It's a lot of work. Does anyone remember those scorpion lollipops? Oh yeah, I do. I remember those. I could never, ever bring my heart to even try one. Fingertip free? Not always. Sometimes, sometimes you grate some cheese and a little bit of the top of your finger gets sliced off and into the salad. You know how it is. For like 6 ladybugs in that pasta? That's a lot of ladybugs in that pasta. Free protein, if you ask me. I ate a ladybug once by accident.
As a fake email impersonating Jeff Goldblatt. These emails, quote, contained multiple lies about me and portrayed me as an arrogant jerk who was bragging about how I stole the idea of the New York City rejection line.
You
So
think
the
this guy's
emails
mad?
were his biggest problem, not necessarily the parody website or even the claim that he
Lol,
stole
lol,
the
lol,
idea.
lol.
He just doesn't want to sound like an arrogant jerk about it. Very
He got
specific
epic
complaint, if
trolled.
you ask me. Despite its height happening in 2010, by 2013, Humor Hotlines had sold all of its phone numbers. Due to
I had snake rum once. I don't know if it was really strong booze or I was mildly poisoned. 4 out of 10 massive hangover and tasted weird. I can only imagine that would be not something you'd necessarily want to put into your system unless you were drinking it often. Or so I've heard. Like the Cobra whiskey and stuff. It's not enough to kill you, but it'll knock you out.
the fact that their advertisers went under. Apple and Google quietly killed an entire
wasn't the worst,
industry
yeah.
when they originated their
It's
own
no,
devices in marketplaces for those devices. Goldblatt told Vice about the pitfalls of his business model.
It's no Merlot or anything like that. You know? Y'all remember Crazy Frog? Weirdest thing chat has eaten? Yeah, hit me, chat. What's the weirdest thing you ever have eaten?
It worked well for us until Verizon and AT&T changed those rules. Most of our money came from mobile content stuff like ringtones, mobile games, sweepstakes. That was back before your phone did literally everything. RH Brands was started as a marketing network to help them advertise both in-call and over text, but in 2012, the FCC changed some rules that basically killed the business. To my understanding, the FCC made it illegal to deliver pre-recorded ads over a phone number that was assigned to deliver a pre-recorded message. It's all very specific. And I learned a new
That is
word,
really
facsimile,
specific.
which is like a copy of something.
I found you, faker.
Faker? I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
They couldn't always, sell enough rejection hotline thongs to keep the lights on. Not even stickers of animals having sex
Me?
worked. Meanwhile,
Their number
Jonah
one
has
customer.
been BuzzFeed's CEO for over a decade now, losing the company an estimated $10 million a year and not even losing his job. Even after they announced the closure of BuzzFeed News just a few days before this video came out. I think Jonah needs to take a piece of advice from his old friend Jeff Goldblatt and maybe fire himself as the CEO of his own company. As for Goldblatt, I couldn't even tell you what he's doing now, despite the fact that he has a very large internet footprint. It looks like the Paredes gaslit him into another dimension. Goldblatt's websites are a mess of nonsensical infographics with vague, meme-like images attempting to distract you enough so you don't actually read them. This video that's playing under my narration right now, I am doing nothing.
Don't you dare say that in my chat. Guinea pigs are hamster adjacent. Chat, if you eat guinea pigs, you're one step away from eyeballing me as a food. I know it's true. I know guinea pigs are a food source in some countries, but you're on thin ice, buddy.
Thing to edit it.
Man got
It
trolled
is
to
just
death.
presented this way. You literally do not get the opportunity to read any of it because you're not supposed to. The website admits it's an unreadable mess. Goldblatt has never explicitly stated whether
North Americans eat squirrels. You say that like that's a really common thing that happens. I'm pretty sure that is mostly like a southern state thing, and you know that they'll eat anything there. I would never eat a squirrel.
or not he did or did not.
Yeah, only hill people eat squirrels. Like, if I heard someone eat a squirrel around here, I'd be like, that's weird. That's definitely weird.
steal the idea, but he still claims by January 1st, 2002, enough people had called the phone service line to crash the system. While both of these phone lines eventually found their way onto the internet, their beginnings exist in the prehistory of the
I'm not invited to the squirrel grill party? Well, fine. I wouldn't have eaten it anyway.
internet when not everything was
I
recorded.
didn't think it was weird enough to mention. I'd say it's pretty weird nowadays to eat a squirrel. Like, I associate squirrel eating with, like, people who live in really, really, really rural Canada, who may or may not be on their porch with shotguns in Canada. Type of people I associate that with. Perhaps their necks are a little shade of rouge.
And the answer of it being parallel thinking or direct plagiarism will probably never be answered. Meanwhile, Chelsea's just like living life, collecting sitcom residuals until the day she dies. She's working on her first movie, and oh yeah, she's married to famous comedian and Oscar winner Jordan Peele. So it looks like she's the only person in this story who's stayed.
Oh no, Chad, the shotguns are not for the squirrels. They're for the people who just so happen to haplessly drive by.
Jeff Goldblatt should make the Charlie Sheen winning hotline. So yeah, thank you for following this incredible story. I want to do more odd, weird, niche stories like this. So if you have any suggestions, please comment down below. Follow me on social media. And instead of asking for my phone number, why not subscribe? See ya.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good note, Chet. You can't have my phone number, but you can subscribe, and that is pretty much that's the same thing. That's like that's a 1-for-1. That's just like having my phone number. That was so much info in history. Yeah, all for one silly little hotline that maybe someone here had heard at one point in their life. If anyone asks for my number, I'm telling them to sub to my Twitch instead. Yeah, because it's gonna have two effects. You either gain a subscriber, or they go, bro, she's weird. And then they leave you alone. That's a win-win. Yeah, you can't believe you have my phone number. It's just a perk of being a subscriber. The rejection hotline website is actually very funny to see. Is it still up, do you think? I suppose I could check myself. It's still up. I don't think I can show the elephant on Twitch. Rejection hotline. Is it a .com? Oh, it is still up. The elephant's not there. Scanning for info. Yeah, it's still up. He's paying for the domain still. What a blast from the past. Grr, says Jet. Inching ever closer to the call you worthless redeem, I will call you worthless for free. You only need ask. Super chat Chia to receive a personalized rejection message. Me first. I already do it. Unfortunately, this page, product whatever, does not have anyone managing it right now. Hashtag sorry. Please notify me when the page relaunches. I can't wait for the renaissance of the rejection hotline. I'm just holding on. You know I've already checked this box and gave them my full name and address. Call, maybe. More whatever coming soon. This is so quirky. This is so early 2000s humor. Please call me when you put the elephant sex picture back up. I miss going to the elephant sex picture and going lol 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 lol. So funny. I love that image. It's so funny. I can't stop looking at it. Truly the funniest picture. Wow, what a piece of lore. Tried solving a 20-year-old Digimon card mystery? Well, we've been on a bit of a Digimon bint. Hi, Scoops. How are you today? Always makes me LOL. Sometimes it sends me rafflecoptering all over the floor, and sometimes I laugh so hard my butt detaches. That Canadian sorry is the best pronunciation of the word in any English accent. Sorry. Oh, I can't do it if I try. It's gotta happen naturally.
These are so rare that pictures of them don't even exist on the internet.
I think people understand how hard these are to find. The scarcity of these things is just nuts.
These pictures do not exist.
This is a great opener.
Okay, folks. Like most YouTubers, I am a loser. Dude, every YouTuber I know is a massive nerd. And don't get me wrong, I love it. That's great.
Hey,
but it does take
you
an
don't
absolute
need to
geek to
report
set up
me
a camera and be like,
to my own chat room.
I am absolutely a nerd. Video games, movies, anime, I eat that shit up, dude. Especially
I love
growing
Boss
up, I would
Baby.
be like so hyper fixated on things that I like physically could not think about anything else. And the internet tells me that that means I'm neurodivergent. But I never read those books. Seemed like a Hunger Games ripoff to me. Case in point.
I never read them either. Wow, validation that she is a massive dork. I'm wheezing. I'm wheezing. This may be funnier than the elephant picture, chat. That made me lol 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 lol. An extra time.
There was a good, 2 years where all I did after school was come home and play a computer game called The Movies. A game where you owned a movie studio and you hired actors and you made movies. Straight up, didn't do anything else, man. I would make short little movies and I'd upload them to the movies website version of YouTube that they had, and I made really good friends on the movies
Oh my god, I'm realizing The Movies game was Spore. That was The Movies game. I was a huge Spore creator.
It was the lamest thing I've ever done. I know way too much about High School Musical 2. I've beaten Ocarina of Time 100 times in my life. And I've spent so much money on trading cards that I could not afford
I was
when
obsessed.
I was a child. And you're probably thinking, well, he must be talking about Pokemon cards, right? That's not that bad. Those are super popular even to this day. And, one might even say that they're a wise investment if you're smart about it. And although I have spent a fair amount of money on those, the ones I spend the most money on are vintage.
Did you ever play Tropical? Pop Tropical? Like the kids game with the weird little round people and yeah, I played that. My friend introduced me. I liked it a lot. Please stream Spore. Maybe we'll go back to Spore someday. I don't think everyone has the exact brainworm that I have with Spore. Yeah, such a great computer lab game.
Digimon cards for some reason. I know it's stupid. I'm aware of that, but they're just so fascinating to me. Real quick, if you aren't familiar with Digimon, it's like Pokemon, but instead of how Pokemon is pocket monsters, Digimon are digital monsters.
They're digital.
There's a bunch of toys and cards and stuff, and the anime follows a group of children trying to save the digital world with their adorable little monsters. The Digimon company, to me, in the early 2000s is so interesting because it was constantly compared to Pokemon for obvious reasons. They both ended with Mon. But for those of you who don't
Oh,
know,
me too, Gritty.
Digimon was not created to compete with Pokemon at all. It was originally created by Bandai to be the more masculine counterpart to their insanely successful digital pet toys, Tamagotchi. So Digimon was pretty much created to be the...
I have so many Tamagotchis, Jet. I showed them on stream one day. And that was only the Tamagotchis I could find. Like, I have more Tamagotchis. I have Tamagotchis in the deep crevasses of this house hidden away somewhere. I have a problem.
Tamagotchi for boys, which did very well because
That
trust
being
me,
said, I really liked Digimon, so maybe I'm just a Tamagotchi fiend, I guess. I'm surprised there isn't a Tamagotchi app. Yeah, me too. I was looking for one for a while. None of them quite were the same. Impossible to keep those alive? They were so noisy and needy. Did Tamagotchis ever hold any value? I believe they do. It really depends on the style of Tamagotchi you have. Like there's a starry one that I believe was worth quite a bit. Like the shell. It really depends on the shell. And some of the newer ones, like Pokemon starters, have like a certain kind of Tamagotchi associated with them that they can only get in that version. Digimon is masculine Tamagotchi? I guess so. I still ate that up though. If you've got your hands on a original English Tamagotchi, you're in luck. For a bundle of 3, you can fetch about 2,250. Oh my god, I gotta find my original ones, because I definitely have them. I have so many. Yeah, maybe I do have a secret, like, Tamagotchi gold hoard. Just from all the Tamagotchis I've collected over the years. They re-released the original one at, like, I believe it was just Toys R Us in Canada. I don't know about the US counterpart or if they have a Toys R Us there. My 20-year-old ass was in the Toys R Us going, "You got original Tamagotchis here?"
every single boy
Anyways.
wanted a Tamagotchi. But the thing is, if you were a boy with a Tamagotchi in the early 2000s, your friends would call you gay. Trust me. So although Digimon wasn't created to be a competitor to Pokemon, it came out...
I feel like my school kind of skipped that because everyone had Tamagotchis. So I'm very thankful about that. That being said, they got banned eventually because people kept checking them and the teachers were annoyed that they weren't paying attention in class, or they would just be hearing beep, 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 beep all the time because the Tamagotchis would be like, "Feed me. I pooed my pants. I shit my pants again. You gotta clean that up." And they would just be making constant noise. So they got banned in my school. You can't mute them? You can mute them, but, you know, kids would form an attachment to it and be like, "My Tamagotchi needs me." So they'd just be on them all the time.
At a pretty unfortunate time. Pokemon Red and Green, released in Japan in early 1996 by...
Yeah, have interest as a boy growing up in the early 2000s. Get called bad names. Simply just stand there and don't take interest in anything. How dare you care about stuff? Now kids watch VTubers in school. Yeah, well, we are like Tamagotchis. Aren't we the evolution of Tamagotchis? I'm a little virtual pet living in your monitor. You gotta feed me. Ooh, I'm thirsty. You gotta water me, chat. I haven't sipped my coffee in the past 2 minutes, chat. Oh, thank God. You're only allowed to play Halo, but not too much. That's all you're allowed to do. You are allowed to enjoy Halo, and only Halo. Otherwise, you just stand in your little corner and you don't look at anything. That might mean you enjoy it if you look at it.
Nintendo, and the Digimon Virtual Pet device released in 1997. Pokemon Anime originally aired in Japan in 1997 and then North America in 1998, as well as the Game Boy games. While the Digimon Anime aired in Japan
My brother had Tamagotchis. I don't think he was called names for them, though.
North America in late
He is gay, though, so...
1999. And although Pokemon was only on the scene for like
Your words
a
cannot
year
hurt
before
me.
Digimon showed up,
Because
Pokemon
they
had
are
completely
true.
consumed the lives of every single child in North America. I hate to sound like a boomer here, but I do feel bad for the people who didn't get to experience Pokemon from like
The kids were
98
right.
to 2002. That's what I think heroin feels like. All of us kids would just meet outside,
Well,
sit on
half
the
right.
fucking green box, play Pokemon Red and Blue, Gold and Silver, and we would just play all fucking day, dude. And there'd always be that one kid from a few streets over that wasn't really your friend, and he'd be like, I literally have a level 100 Mewtwo. And you'd be like, okay, Kenny, shut the fuck up. Nobody even liked you before you told us that. So Digimon definitely had an uphill battle in terms of relevance when they came to North America. But I think the reason Digimon was able to garner the level of success that they did was because of the anime, which was just objectively better than the Pokemon anime.
Fine,
Like, Pokemon
chat.
felt like your friend, but Digimon felt like your friend's older brother who like wore ripped jeans,
Yeah.
could ollie really high. And for a rebellious little boy like me, I became obsessed.
You're
with
welcome,
Digimon.
chat.
I made my parents buy me a Digivice that I would jerk off. No, I'd shake. You had to shake them. I saw the Digimon movie in theaters.
You had
My
to shake
stepdad
'em?
Spent like hours helping me set up this online D-Power fighting game on our Windows 95
Oh my
computer.
god.
And 1 year for
That's
my
so
birthday, I got a
penisy. Look at that. Who wants to
My
play the Digimon
stepdad
fighting game
spent,
with me?
like hours helping me set up this online.
Look at Terriermon. Oh, I forget what this one's called. It's like Gillamon or something? Or Gilmon? Why is he so small?
D-Power fighting game on our Windows 95 computer. And 1 year for my birthday, I got a Series 1 Digibattle starter deck. One of these right here. Dude, I remember ripping this thing open.
Let's do
fucking
this.
Throwing away the instructions. It's a card game. I never played the game. It was far too confusing for me. But all I do remember is just flipping through each card, admiring the artwork, and just moving the holographic ones back and forth for like hours, dude. And the reason
Wow.
vintage Digimon cards are so fascinating to me is because with Pokemon cards, more or less, it's been the same game since its creation. Like, it's been the Pokemon trading card game. But Digimon
Yeah,
went
it's
through
had the
so
same mechanics as well since its inception. Like every generation of the Pokemon card game, they would introduce maybe a slightly different mechanic. Like this current one is Paldea's terrestrialization or whatever, the testicular torsion, whatever it was, where they Terra evolve and they changed their type. So now it's just the Terra version of like a Pokemon that would be like a lightning type, and now it's suddenly it's a ground type. That's this latest gimmick. But Pokemon just had gimmicks throughout the different generations, as they do in the game.
many different card games as they were trying to compete with behemoths like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! So if I may, I'd like to go through a brief history of Digimon card games. Come along! Okay, settle down everybody. Kenny, shut the fuck up. Nobody likes you, man. Alright, welcome to Digimon History 101. I don't have one of those pointers that teachers have, so I went in my backyard and got a stick. So
That's a nice
Kenny,
stick.
if you keep talking. Wow, fucking kill you. So the first set to be released were the Digimon Trading Cards Animated Series Edition, right there. These came out in 1999, and if you saw...
Yeah, I think that's the reason, chat, that's so true. That's the reason I never got into the Pokemon gimmicks. Like, each time they release a new gimmick in the game, I'm like, oh god, here we go again. It's because they never stick around. They never frickin' stick around. Just, like, I want a gimmick that shows up again, because I'm gonna enjoy a gimmick and then we're never gonna see it again. I want Kaiju Pokemon back. I want Mega Evolutions back. I'm so angry. Instead, we just got these terrestrial, whatever. I don't care.
My
I
trading
don't
card
care.
video from 2 years ago, you know all about this. These cards featured characters from the show.
Yeah,
The main
Megas
draw of
did
this
show
set
up in a couple other games, but it didn't like it didn't become a staple.
was the fact that there were 100 gold numbered variants of each card that were randomly inserted into these boxes, and they were extremely difficult to pull. I've personally opened like 20 boxes of these myself, and even got scammed one time.
That looks like it's resealed. Is that what that means right there?
But now I'm the proud
Definitely
owner of
resealed.
2 of these gold cards, okay? So suck it, class. You know, shortly after that came the set that was directly...
Those are nice. Those are some nice cards. They look nice.
Suck it, class. You know, shortly after that came the set that was directly trying to compete with the Pokemon trading card game, and that was the Digi-Battle card game that we touched on briefly a few minutes ago. This game was released in the year 2000, and the rules were extremely confusing, especially to a dumb little boy like me. So unfortunately, these cards ended up just sitting in shoeboxes for years, collecting dust for a lot of kids. Well, not collecting dust for the kids. Kids only want one thing. Dust. But there was a lot more I want to touch on with Digi-Battle later on, so we'll circle back to that, okay? So Digi-Battle didn't really catch on, so in 2001 they were like, fuck it, let's do the Digimon Detector card game. These cards actually tied into the big money maker of Digimon, the Digimon Virtual Pets.
Frickin' Zoomers and their dust. Yeah, if they're not on that Tic Tac app, they're up looking for dust.
Or Digivice. From my recollection, you could like scan the code on the card with your little Digivice, and you could like have that card as a pet, which is pretty cool. That didn't work either.
Yeah.
So 2002, they introduced the Digimon collectible card game, and this was Digimon's direct response to Yu-Gi-Oh's explosion in popularity, because they pretty much saw how the Yu-Gi-Oh game worked and copied it exactly. Oh, you like that stuff? Well, how about more of the same? I've actually opened one of these, and I actually ended up pulling a pretty cool holographic Omnimon. Suck it, boys and girls. That one didn't really catch on, so they did Digimon D-Cyber, and then Digimon Fusion. And then the most recent game that was released in 2020, Digimon Card Game, seen right here, which has actually seen a lot of success over the past few years.
I heard that Digimon card game is fun. I heard that is actually a lot of fun. I want to try it, but yeah, there's just so many versions. I'm glad we're watching this. I feel like I can now differentiate the different Digimon versions out there. I'm learning.
It only took them fucking 20 years, so good job, guys. You see what I mean? So many different card games, dude.
There's no way a Digimon game is actually fun. I heard it's funner than Pokemon. Get a booster box, they're $100. Add it to your throne. Never mind, that's a lot, says chat. Frick. Alright, well, I will just in case someone does want to see me open up Digimon cards on stream for whatever psychopathic reason. I think I have them available at the local store that I go to, I think. I'm pretty sure. Digimon card game booster box? Is that what it is? A booster box? Look at what you've done. My hopes are up that someone's gonna give me Digimon cards now. Okay. Yo, Axolotl plushie? Sorry, I can't. This is why I can't go on Throne. I don't need this. No, Chia, don't. You don't need it. Don't add it. You literally, it's sitting on a chair. You don't need it. Sorry, we gotta watch the video.
An insane amount. And it's so interesting to me that over the years, especially in the early 2000s, the Digimon Company was just throwing
There's a
everything
roguelike
at
coming
the
out,
wall.
Axolotl with a gun. I'm so excited for that. That's been on Kickstarter for a while now. I've been waiting for Axolotl with a gun to release. My emotional support Axolotl. Frank, was it you who got me the judgmental hamster? I'll have you know it's like, it's in my bed every night next to me while I sleep, judging me. I don't know why I keep it next to me at night. My cat likes it. It's for her, really.
And just praying to God that something would stick.
She remembers I stare
The
into
reason
its
I
eyes
like
every night.
learning and reading about these old Digimon cards, it's like, to me, it's a
Of
glimpse
course
back
I
to a
remember.
simpler time. I am a painfully nostalgic person. I always have been. Literally every other TikTok I get on my For You page is some nostalgia core slideshow of old foods and toys from my childhood with some fucking synthwave bullshit
Nostalgia
playing on
core.
the background. And I know in my head that I do not want to go back and be a child again, obviously. That would suck. But there is
Yes.
a tiny part of me that wants to just experience the way that I felt about the world and the future as a child, you know, once more. I feel like owning these sealed
Yeah.
products is a way for me
I
to
want
do
that.
that. Like, there's air in those boxes that have not been contaminated by whatever bullshit's going on right now. And that's my cheesy,
So
long-winded
true.
explanation to explain why I waste my money on bullshit. So now that we're done with our
Welcome,
history lesson,
welcome.
and you all know the rough timeline, I think it's time for show and tell.
Okay, you remember when I said that we're gonna go back to Digibattle?
Very
Well, we're gonna go
honored,
back
much
to
well.
Digibattle. Okay,
Oh, I'm
something
glad.
really interesting happened with Digibattle by the end of its life cycle. They were only printing these cards for about a year.
Who's that guy in the corner? Can you introduce me? I need that hat. Hold on. I need that hat. Safe search is off. I can't find it. None of them are nearly as funny as this one. None of these hats are appropriate. None of them are appropriate. None of them are nearly as funny as that one. Oh, I do have a hat here that just says. I know! I wish I could find that hat. It's too goated. Frick. Says what streamer? Oh, nothing.
Before they transitioned into the Detector card game. But in total, there were 6 series
Jarvis,
of
find me a
Digibattle
JPEG of
cards,
the
and
time
each
for
series
sex hat.
featured different cards that you could pull. The first 2 series were produced by Upper Deck, and I don't mean pooping in the top part of the toilet. They were a company mostly known for their production of sports cards, and their contract with Bandai, the company who owned Digimon, ended after Series 2. So Bandai ended up taking over the entire production for Series 3 through 6, giving the Digimon cards a whole new, revamped, improved look, with each series having 3 separate colorways. And although there were booster boxes containing 36 packs for Series 1 and 2, these ones right here, as well as singular packs, Series 3 through 6 were only released as blisters. One singular pack encased in some plastic attached to some cardboard, like this. So due to the fact that packs are so difficult
I hate that
to
they're called
find
blisters.
in abundance, and also the fact that the holy grail of Digibattle cards, the holographic War Greymon from Series 3, this guy right here, is
How much? War Greymon is cool. I was about to be like, that thing's probably worth $2,000. Times that by 10? Holy.
only attainable by opening a Series 3 blister pack. The price of the packs from Series 3 to 6 can get pretty gnarly. Series 1 and 2 blisters can be found relatively easy online because they just made so many of them while they were producing the booster boxes. But once they realized people weren't buying as much Digibattle cards as they initially expected. The production slowed down significantly, and because of the scarcity of these products, Series 3 through 6 are the ones that collectors in the Digibattle community are usually searching for. And although the Digibattle community is relatively small compared to Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh!, they're just as, if not more, passionate about these cards. The brief interactions I've had with people in the Digibattle community have all been so positive and educational and supportive. Like, people are just stoked on these old pieces of cardboard, and they're stoked that other people are stoked. And when we talk about sealed blisters from Series 3 through 6, there is one in particular that is sought after the most by the community, and that is Series 6. And that black square is not an editing mistake. I can't put a photo on screen to show you Series 6 because there's hentai on the front. No, I can't show you a picture of Series 6 because these are so rare.
I can't believe he pronounced it like that too. It's called hentai and it's art.
On the front. No, I can't show you a picture of Series 6 because these are so
like
rare.
Entei, yeah, he said it like Entei.
Pictures of them
the Pokemon
don't even exist on the internet. We know it exists because of like records, and people have the cards from Series 6. Out of the past 20 years, nobody thought to just take a picture of them and post them somewhere. And look, over the years, I've been lucky enough to get blisters from Series 1 through 5, but it keeps me up at night knowing that I've never even seen a photo from Series 6, dude. So, in this video, I want to try my best to see if I can find just a picture. That's all I want. I just want to find a picture because someone, somewhere on the internet has one, right? They have to. And I want to find it, okay? So, come along.
Okay, so I figured I'd start with a Google search and see what pops up. So obviously nothing on images. There are like individual cards from Series 6 that come up, but no actual blister or pack art or anything. But I know the oldest trick in the book, and that is to add Reddit after your search.
Is that an ASMR microphone?
Okay, this is what comes up on Reddit. Looking for Digibattle Series 6. Me too. Okay, who would know something about these cards?
It was originally created by Bandai.
True. Probably the company who made it. Okay, so after a little bit of internet sleuthing, I found a contact page on Bandai's website for media/content creators registration. And I am a content creator. I'm creating content right now. So no one can tell me I'm not allowed to send them a message. Hello, my name is Curtis Connor, and I am currently making a video about the old Digimon Digibattle card game from 2000. More specifically, I am making a video centered around the Series 6 blister pack released at the end of Digibattle's production. I know this is a long shot because this came out more than 20 years ago, but if any pictures of this blister pack exist somewhere, it would be great if you could send them my way. Thanks in advance. All right, now we wait for the response.
Now we wait.
The prophecy is true.
Okay, yeah, maybe we could do something else while we wait. How about while we wait for their response, we do a little bit of research. So I found out the original artist for Digimon is named Kenji Watanabe. He did a lot of the original artwork for Digimon.
I love your
and
art.
I thought about trying to reach out to contact him, but I doubt he had anything to do with like how the packaging looked. Like companies have like whole departments for that stuff. Also, I doubt he would have photos of one specific piece of merchandise that was only available for a few months, like 20 years ago. Like there's no way, right? Like even the footage I have from my last video is deleted. It's gone forever. As an artist, you're not organized, right? Fucking, I don't know, dude. What if there's like toy
those
companies,
motivational
like Toys R
videos.
Us? Oh, well, they don't really exist anymore, right? All right. So there was a real
they
problem
do. In
plaguing
Canada.
my quest. There really isn't a large amount of information about Digibattle on the internet. Honestly, one of the only places you can learn about Digibattle is on Wikipedia. I went over there to see if I missed anything in the one paragraph that is on that page. And after looking closely, turns out I did miss something. And it's the one thing that everybody misses when they use Wikipedia. The sources. Thanks to Wikipedia doing the one
Chia,
thing I always forgot to do in high school, which is...
Well, this video is a month old. They're probably out there now.
Cite your sources, we may have something that could prove useful. Every single piece of information on this Wikipedia page, they all cite the exact same source. And that source is Miller John Jackson, 2003. Scry collectible card game, checklist and price guide. second edition, page 115 to 119. Okay, perfect. It's a book from 2003. So I unfortunately leave for Australia next week. So I don't think I have time to like find this book online and order it and pray to God that it gets delivered before I leave. So it's a good thing I ordered it weeks ago. I also use like the sketchiest website I've ever been on to get this book. I don't know why. I haven't actually opened it up in anticipation for this video, but my assumption is if there's enough information about Digibattle in this book to write an entire Wikipedia page about it, then it must have like photos of everything, right? I fucking really hope so. So let's take a look at it.
Makes sense.
Story time. All right, so we got the book here. Hopefully the video ends here. The front is promising, right? There's like, look, all these pictures here of all the different cards that are on it. So I feel like there has to be, right? Accurate pricing from the industry leader. Complete info for Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! And more than 130 games. Complete info. Description and analysis for more than 550 CCG releases. John Jackson Miller and Joyce
I
Reynolds.
missed these
Her
books.
name was in on the Wikipedia. That's fucked up. So what page did they say? 115 or some bullshit? Okay, so right here we got Digibattle. So it is in here. Okay.
You must not read from the book!
Digibattle, also known as Digimon. Dude, it's just fucking words. Series 6. In what may wind up being the last set for Digibattle. Has a great boost 20 Series 6 Digimon virus cards. So I guess this book just lists prices of these cards, which is fascinating to see now. I'm gonna bring this book to the next like card show that I go to. First edition Charizard, $20. Oh, what, that Charizard is $1,000? Well, it says right here.
A first edition Charizard, if it's been graded, is worth thousands now. No way. No, back in 2003, it was just $20. It's thousands now.
I hear that it's $20. Well, that was a waste of money. I went on the dark web to get this book for nothing.
All right. At this point, several days had passed and I had 0 leads. Hey Curtis, what about that email that you sent to Bandai? That's a good question.
Oh my god, chat room, I traded away once a Registeel X, a holographic card, brand new, for a crunchy Mewtwo just because I thought Mewtwo was cool. I'm starting to think I was scammed. I might be able to find that Registeel. You should have given it to me. I love Registeel. Yeah, I was like, he's cool and all, but like, have you seen Mewtwo? Oh god. Is this it? It would have been maybe during the Emerald series because it was a long time ago. I was just a kid. Registeel X. I think that's, oh no, it's like $100. I was a kid though. Like, here's a word to the wise. If you are a owner of a child, make sure you price check the cards for them before you let them trade for a cool Pokemon. Remember when they had to censor Registeel in the game because it looked like he was... Oh yeah, he was giving the salute. I remember that. Can't believe Registeel would do that. But Mewtwo.
Actually, I never received a response from them, but honestly, no hate towards them. They're a multi-million-dollar company. You know, they probably don't have the
Mewtwo I
time.
traded that Registeel for was definitely just... It was just a common. I know this now as an adult. It was a common. Here, let me show you. It was this one. It was this one. That's the card. That's my Registeel right there. And like they don't even have a lot of them, so. But with the Mewtwo, it was a common, so therefore it's going to be worth probably $5 at most. Look at this dude. I know. Look at this dude. But like as a young girl, Registeel, let's be honest, wasn't as cool to me as a Mewtwo. And like the Mewtwo was throwing a shadow ball. I was super into Super Smash Brothers with the Mewtwo in it, and I was like, oh my god, it's just like the video game that I play a lot of. Yeah, I like the design now, but like as a kid, I was like, I don't see what the big deal is. It's just a dude. It's just a guy with a lot of eyes like a spider. It's just a dude made of metal. I don't see what the big deal is. That's the coolest Pokemon to me. Everyone has their favorite Pokemons. Yeah, this is designed for a grown-up. That's a good way to put it. Like, if you were an adult, you're gonna think that Registeel is, like, rad. And I do think Registeel's rad now. But as a kid, I was like, Mewtwo is way cooler to me. Registeel's good memes now too. Yeah, you know those ones? That's a Registeel meme. I'm sorry if you don't know what the meme is, but that trust me, that is a Registeel meme. You gotta trust me. Well, if you loved them as a child, you were just ahead of your time, apparently.
To help out with my little YouTube video. I understand that. I also forgot to press the send button. So that also might have played a factor in them not responding to me, but who knows? And I honestly didn't know what to do next, but then I remembered what I said earlier in this video.
And although the Digibattle community is relatively small compared to Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, they're just as, if not more, passionate about these cards.
Yeah, if anybody was going to have a picture of a Series 6 blister, it was going to be somebody in the community. Somebody at some point in the last 20 years.
I liked them as a child, but I also used to like Windows. Yeah, believe it or not, what you liked as a child is probably not going to be something you enjoy as an adult. Wait, do you still like Windows?
Has taken a photo of these and has it somewhere. They have to. So I started searching far and wide
That's
on
confidential.
Instagram, looking up hashtags and finding people's fascinating collections that they've gathered over the years. And there's one dude in particular that I've been following for a while. His name is DigiSchnitzel. And his collection is insanely impressive. And if there's going to be anybody in the world who knew anything about these blisters, it was going to be him. And as I was looking through his posts and his stories, this popped up. Yeah, a fucking picture of a Series 6 blister, dude. And not only that,
just
the
ripped
next story
open.
Slide, another colorway of a Series 6 blister. And then the next slide, a pack from the third colorway of a Series 6 blister. Dude, I've spent years thinking that pictures of these things just didn't exist anywhere. And this dude just fucking threw pics of not one, but all three of them up on his story one day, all willy-nilly style. So obviously I freaked out and I reached out to him immediately to see if he could explain these photos. And thankfully he agreed. So let's get to the bottom of this, okay?
Hello, Eric.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Not bad, yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just wanted to hop here, ask you some questions because I feel like you are
Yeah, that's sick.
From what I've seen, anyway, in the Digibattle world, I feel like
getting an interview with the man, the myth, the legend who touched a Series 6 Digimon blister. I can't believe it.
They're pretty deep, that's for sure.
So how long have you been, like, collecting?
Between 2 and 3 years now so far.
So around like COVID, probably, or like
yeah.
Not
what
long.
drives you towards that?
Wait, how did he
versus,
get
like,
those? Like around the start of the pandemic. That's not a long time to be collecting cards for. Money? Yeah, I guess so. If you got money. Cash moves everything around me. Dollar bills, y'all.
or Yu-Gi-Oh.
For one, Pokemon was kind of too late. Like, the prices are just out of my budget for sure. Yu-Gi-Oh, I never really I mainly had Pokemon as a kid and Digimon. So I never.
That's true in some ways, but if you're collecting the new editions, it's not that bad. It's once they've been out for a while and they've had time to cook on the market and become super sought after that it becomes that expensive. That being said, collecting any card game is very pricey.
Really had Yu-Gi-Oh, so I didn't want to go too in depth with that, but Digimon, since I had it as a kid and the more I started collecting it, the more I figured out how hard these are to actually find. I think people understand how hard these are to find.
It is.
Like,
Don't get into collecting cards, Jet.
And talking with people and getting
it's
to
too
know
late
people.
For me.
I've learned a lot about Digibattles just from your posts, like your content, and you definitely have a pretty impressive collection, especially of like sealed stuff, which is crazy. If you have a crazy story about how you like acquired some of these rare packs.
Yeah, I like a challenge, so finding sealed is always impossible. And I mean, I think I might be the only one that has the collection so far of series 3, 4, 5 sealed
of all of the colorways.
So this is series 4. Series 4 is the hardest one to find, probably out of series 3, 4, 5. And this one I was just trying to get some
I don't have space for this
and stuff like that at a local card store. And
if you're collecting any card game, you're gonna get a lot of commons and you just won't have anywhere to put them. Source, my dad has told me it has become a problem. He went into my room once and he was like, Chia, there are Pokemon cards everywhere. I was like, yeah, I know. I just don't really have anywhere to put them.
Hey, do you have any vintage Digibattle? And I'm like, no. We got nothing of that, only the new stuff. And I just saw at the top of the shelf, just like collecting dust. You could barely tell what it was because it was literally sitting up there.
No, the filing cabinet here isn't for Pokemon cards. It's for important documents like
I knew what it was, but I've never seen. I've never even seen a
family
picture of it. So
photos and mementos and birth certificates or something.
He's trying to find a price on it, and he's looking on eBay, and there's obviously none on eBay. So he's like, "Wow, $40." I was like, "Okay." So
my important documents, like
my best find so far was definitely that.
Also, the other thing with the scarcity of these packs, the first time I ever saw a Series 6 one was from your store. I was like, it was so crazy. I was like writing this video about how like no one's ever seen it. I was like, these pictures do not exist. And then I look at your story and I'm like, what? Okay, this dude just has photos of every single color.
Yeah.
Do you want to describe like where those pictures came from?
Nuggets.
Yeah, so those came from a couple different people. So a guy in the States that I had bought some packs from, he said he had a friend who used to buy all the Digibattle
the friend
packs
of a friend
with his dad. He used to open them all the time. So those pictures, as you can see, they're old, but they literally show the first Series 6 pack that
they have the old price tags on them too.
Like just finding those pictures was insanely hard. You know, I had to go through a friend of a friend of a friend. So it was like,
yeah, that's ridiculous.
The scarcity of these things is just
friend of a friend of a friend whose dad works
there you
at
have it, I guess. What started out as an impossible task actually came together pretty easily. All I had to do was mindlessly scroll through Instagram stories. So the next time your parents tell you to put the phone down, you show them this video, okay? Amazing things can happen when you scroll. So we finally have pictures of Series 6 blisters. And you might be asking yourself, if we have the pictures, why is Curtis still talking? And that's a good question. As I was making this video,
why are you still talking?
A Series 6 blister went up for sale on eBay, which is crazy because I'm pretty sure that's never happened before. And of course, it happens while I'm making the video about this
Life
item
has
that has
a
never
way,
been up for
doesn't
sale.
it?
So now we have a super high quality picture of a Series 6 blister, which is even better. And look, I was monitoring this auction
even got
very
Tamon
closely.
on it?
It ended up selling for more than what I would ever be comfortable paying for it. It's just comforting to know that they are out there, they exist, and I'm just hoping that one day the stars align and I'll be able to get my hands on one day to finally complete my collection. And oh wait, yeah, I got it, dude. I fucking got it. I won. I told you it sold for a price that I'd never be comfortable paying for it. Doesn't mean I didn't do it. So That
He
means
tricked us!
I am now one of the few people in the world who has, not an entire collection because of the different colorways and stuff, but I now have a blister from series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Wow.
So
no
suck
way.
it, class. I am never opening these, ever. They are going into storage somewhere far away from me, so I am never even tempted to open them. Because I think in 20, 40 years' time, it's going to be cool to look at these. You know, as
I was there.
Look to the past. But before we wrap this video up, of course, I had to show DigiSchnitzel, the newest addition to my collection.
I did some
Yeah,
research,
suck it,
and
I
tracked down the person who actually won the auction.
Okay.
He's gonna say.
What would you like say to this person, like who actually got it?
I mean, congrats. I'd say congrats because it's a pretty crazy thing, and whoever won it is kind of king right now because nobody else really has one.
Well, I do have a surprise.
It was me.
Okay.
I did.
Waited till he sipped to pull it out.
I should have guessed that. That's for sure.
But yeah, dude, I wanted to obviously thank you for everything that you do for the community and whatnot, and like just being so like helpful with everything, and like anytime I had a question or like anything you wanted to like clear up, you know, you were super cool, so I appreciate it.
That's no problem, man. That's why I'm here.
Well, fuck, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I know this one was a lot different than my usual video. I hope it was entertaining at least. I had a lot of fun making this, although it was probably the most expensive video I've ever made. I'll be honest, I did not think I was going to be able to find a picture of these, let alone have one in my possession.
Whoever won it is kind of king right now.
I also just can't believe the timing of everything. It's so weird. First the Instagram story pictures, then the eBay auction that has literally never happened before. It's almost like there's a little monster inside of my computer sort of orchestrating all of these things. I can't imagine what it feels like to be someone who worked for Bandai in like the early 2000s when you couldn't even pay people to buy Digibattle packs. And then fast forward 20 plus years later, people fighting tooth and nail and paying a stupid amount of money just to have one of them. It's crazy. But yeah, in other unrelated news, I'll probably be selling some of my other cards and stuff to make up for an unnamed purchase that I just made, so be on the lookout on eBay.
I didn't hit the button. That's
Thanks for
what
watching.
my
Hope you
part
enjoyed
sounds
it.
like.
If you did and you want to see more videos like this, I don't even know what this would be, but press a like button. You know, let me know.
It was a cool video.
Comment, press subscribe button, because as soon as you subscribe, you become a valued citizen of Curtistown. And if you didn't know, Curtistown is the best place to live in the whole world. And I'm the...
How come I'm not a citizen? He's the what? Probably not anything important. Anyways, cool video. I'm glad, chat. I'm glad you share my brainworms of like just watching strange things. The time for sex hat? Where was that again? Where's the Pikachu? No, I can't land on it. I see it in the...
Attached to some cardboard, like this.
I see... There it is. There it is. Feel free to screenshot. That's a good hat. Please, bail this man out of debt. He's Canadian, chat. I don't know why so many content creators that I watch just turn out to be Canadian. I swear this is not like it's not planned. It's not on purpose. I want to watch the mind control fungi. I'm kind of a fun guy. How about you, chat? But you're unfun. You're unfun guy. The algorithm knows.
Now, I'm
it just
going
knows.
to tell you 3 stories about fungi that get a bit gnarly. But before I do, let's try and see things from the perspective of the fungus. Here is a fungus baby, or spore, and one of the first things it needs to do is
what's
find
their
food.
secret?
So it often creates a spore boner. Jerry, it's not called a spore boner. What is it? A germ tube? Really? All right, well, you can see the contents of the spore sort of oozing out in that germ tube, which tries to find food. Now, like the Dorito, some food that fungi like to eat comes in packaging that's hard to open. So these germ tubes have evolved ways to break through barriers. Look at this one, busts right through the cell wall of a plant using chemicals and force. and once it's in, starts making a series of tubes that start munching. This right here is Nematoctonus,
Popping a
bit
germ
of an
tube.
unusual
Shut up,
spore
Jen.
because it can swim with the aid of its spore boner. Jerry, it's a flagellum. Anyway, this fungus hunts these tiny worms called nematodes, which are everywhere. Here you can see a whole bunch of spores clustered around the nematode's anus. As is the custom, after attaching, you can see they make germ tubes that enter the body. And then the
It's
fungus
normal,
can eat
Chad,
the
it's
nematode
normal.
from the inside out. Remember, try and see things from the fungi's perspective. Once it's done eating, it's time to make some babies.
This shit is
Here,
not
you can
safe
see
for
the
work.
spores being formed and then
Jen-
pushed out through those tubes.
Nature is not safe for work. You're living a not safe for life right now. It's educational. Anyway, here's my favorite image on the internet. It's 2 elephants going at it. Lol, 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 lol.
Tubes. These spores can swim, and nematodes are plentiful, so the fungus doesn't have to get too fancy about how and where they're released. But most spores aren't particularly gifted in moving, so it's quite important that they wind up close to whatever it is they eat. Fungi have evolved a number of clever ways to get the spores to the right place.
It's educational.
But perhaps the cleverest way is getting the food itself to help out. The genus Entomophthora, for example, likes to
I
eat
can find
flies.
education funny.
These flies here are infected, but unlike that nematode, they're not dead yet.
hell?
Entomophthora starts off as these specialized little spores called conidia, which are quite sticky, especially when they come in contact with the outside covering of a fly. Like before, they use a germ tube to create a hole in the outside of the insect. The contents of the spore then
Ooh,
go
I
into
don't
the
like
insect's
that.
blood or hemolymph. At first, the fungus
Ooh, that's
just
giving
nibbles
me
a little bit.
that's giving me
avoiding
the
vital organs and
heebie-jeebies.
targeting
I got
fat cells.
tinglies in my
Their
spine.
backside starts to fill up with the fungus, which takes on a
Oh,
creamy white
God.
appearance. Nasty. But other than that, they seem
Nasty,
fine,
yeah,
doing
nasty.
all the fly things that a fly do. But the fungus is up to something else. After about 48 hours or so, Entomophthora cells start entering the fly's brain. As the number of cells in the brain increase, they seem to target a group of neurons involved in
Yeah,
the
that
fly's
is terrifying.
sleep-wake cycle, or circadian cycle.
I just
The
finished
science
eating,
hippies know
Chia.
this
Well,
because
it's
the
good you're
fly's
done
brain
eating.
is small enough that they've been able to map it out in quite some detail. On the day the fly will die, just around sunset, and yes, fungi can tell time, it's crazy, those cells in the brain seem to trigger the fly to release juvenile hormone. This in turn creates a burst of energy in the fly. Oddly, around the same time, the fly stops flying. From here on
Oh
in,
my
don't call it a
God.
fly, call
Zombie
it a walk.
flies.
Kill me. I mean, look at this poor bastard.
Thank you for
Not
that.
only is he about to die, he's getting chased around by a giant paintbrush. All this hormone energy and the not flying seems to generally cause the fly to go up or summit. When it is suitably heighted, the fly then extends its mouthparts or proboscis. By now, the fly isn't in very good shape, so it's all a bit shaky. Now, they don't know who makes it, either the fly or the fungus, but this adhesive starts leaking out the
This-
proboscis, which
This
glues
baby
the fly
slaps roof of fly can hold so much fungal spores inside of it. I hate nature.
fly's mouthparts to the surface, and now the fly's stuck. With the fly firmly in place, the fungus can now eat all the things that it's been patiently avoiding. Organs, the testes, I mean, you save those for last. And in one final manipulation, the
welcome.
fungus causes the fly to raise its wings to get them out of the way for what happens next. With its food source depleted, the fungus is
What did I walk into? It's educational, okay? It's educational. Yeah, that's why they get them to crawl up as high as possible so that they can find a vantage point. So when the spores take over, they can spread them more efficiently. The streamer hates nature. Have you seen nature? Yeah, nature is weird. It's creepy, it's weird, it's wild, it's cool, it's yucky. Yeah, it's yucky. Can I get some pukers in chat? Anyways, back to watching this wholesome video about just a fungus trying to make it work in this wild world.
now ready to make some babies. Here you can see it engulf what remains of the fly. And if you look close near the top, you can see the spores hitting the glass of the camera lens. The fungus creates these
Oh my
specialized
God.
structures called
What?
You can see it engulf what remains of the fly.
Oh,
And
that's
if you look close near
horrifying.
the top, you can see the spores hitting the glass of the camera lens.
Oh my
the
God.
fungus creates these specialized structures called conidiophores. You can see them emerge here in silhouette. They're little stalks with spores on
I
the end
do
of them,
not
which
like-
then get shot off by a liquid cannon, shooting
Yeah,
those
this
little
fungus
sticky
going off.
chlamydia spores in all directions. And check this out. If the spore lands on a part of a fly that it can't infect, like a wing, it can create its own spore cannon and fire off another spore. Sporeception. Now imagine you're an uninfected
Wow.
fly in the area. These deadly spores popping off in all directions. I mean, it's pretty grim, but it actually gets worse. In the process of
gets
making
worse?
these spores, compounds are secreted that are essentially sexual signals, causing other flies to come over and try to have sex with the corpse. I know what you're thinking. What's so bad about that? Well, remember the sticky stuff that glued the mouth parts to the surface? Well, it didn't just come out the mouth parts. So if you try to have sex with this corpse, you get stuck to it. And now not only are you infected, but you've got some explaining to do when you go to work
I
tomorrow.
hate education.
And you know Dave from accounting's going to say something like, "Oh,
I
it's a
hate
really
education.
interesting
I hate
weekend."
nature.
And you're like, "Yes, it was a nice weekend, Dave. Went antiquing, planted some herbs, f***ed a corpse, and did some light spring cleaning. Thank you very much." Freaking Dave. Oh, right. Entomophthera is not the only genus of fungi
You
that learn
can't.
how to control the
Frank,
insects that they
So
eat.
Frank, you can't change a segment like that. Freaking Dave.
Ophiocordyceps is perhaps one of the most
this
well-known.
this one was the one that The Last of Us was based off of, like the fungus monsters that take over humans in The Last of Us. Cordyceps was their inspiration. Funnily enough, it wasn't the first fungus that was their inspiration. Anyways.
It's a bit of a show-off, really. The genus eats all sorts of insects, but Ophiocordyceps unilateralis is particularly good at manipulating carpenter ants. The end of the infection is a lot like Entomophthera. The ant goes up, then its mouth parts are attached to a leaf or a twig, and then the fungus kills them and makes babies. The resulting ant looks a bit like Maleficent on a bad hair day. But how the fungus does it evolved independently and seems to be very different. For one, unlike
Wow. Entomopolis is the other one. Is that it? I'm pretty sure the other one's called Entomopolis. Think of how The Last of Us would have been very different if it was based off of Entomopolis and not Cordyceps. Now that would be a lot more not safe for life. It's just nature, yeah, it's just
don't
nature,
enter
chat,
the
chill.
brain. They do, however, seem to secrete compounds that hijack the ant's central nervous system. Now, it can be hard to figure out what part the fungus is doing and what part is just the ant being really f***ing sick. But it's pretty clear as the infection spreads, the ant is a bit broken.
breakdancing.
It starts staggering around and convulses, which means that it falls. Would be very embarrassing for a healthy ant, but it's thought that this falling helps make sure that the ant doesn't get too far up in the trees, and instead will stay closer to the forest floor for what happens next. Now, on its final day, this wobbly ant goes out and finds itself a leaf or a twig above the forest floor. The fungus...
Yeah, bees are susceptible to cordyceps. Chia's showing her bug friends some cool fungus. Hey, check out this cool fungus I found. Me accidentally infecting every vtuber on this planet.
needs the ant to attach itself very firmly.
Yeah,
but
like
it
the
doesn't
cocaine
use glue.
spider.
This fungus takes over control of the ant's mouth parts.
Hey, Abby,
Here,
look at
is
this,
crazy.
Lamau.
This is what a healthy muscle cell in an ant's mandible looks like. You can even see the motor neurons coming in and connecting to it. And here's what the muscle looks like when it's infected. Those are fungal cells that have surrounded the muscle. But they don't just surround the muscle, the fungal cells start connecting to each other. And then
This is horrifying on an existential level if something like this could happen to humans.
some of them connect into the muscle itself. It's like a poorly knit sweater of fungus. If you slice through a section of the ant's jaw, you can see that the fungus is friggin' everywhere. So when it's time to get the ant to bite down, the fungus seems to
everywhere.
be very much in control of the machinery. On a
Oh, it reminds me of a kind of... So there is a kind of parasite that humans can get. It's similar to like a roundworm or something. Something that infects your muscle tissue as a human. In very severe cases, it creates little pockets inside of your muscles. Psoriasis? That might be it. I'm not gonna show an image of that because your skin do be just looking like a Or your muscle do just be looking like a sponge. It's so bad. Yeah, humans can get that. They can get that kind of parasite, so it affects your muscles, so you start to feel fatigue as they create babies inside of your muscles and little pockets for them to exist in. And believe it or not, when they're in your muscles like that, it's still curable. Yeah, don't Google that, chat. Don't Google that kind of worm. It's terrible. No, don't. Asariasis. That's what it's called. Too late, chat. No, don't. No, don't. Really, it's really that is truly not safe for work right there. Don't look at that. You're gonna get nightmares. I think about that sometimes. I think about how you could just have a parasite living inside of you and never even really know until it gets way too bad.
Leaf the bite
Safe search off. Don't.
is almost always around that center vein, and it's deep. Those are the bite marks. As the ant bites,
Your
the
funeral.
fungus destroys the muscle tissue, which makes it impossible for the ant to ever let go. At this height off the forest floor, the conditions are just right
Nature's
for the
just
fungus
a
to take its
constant
time.
battle.
Over the next week or so, the fungus consumes what's left to be eaten, and then sends up a stalk or fruiting body from just behind the head. And from here, the spores are released, ready to find an ant of their own to love and kill. Now, here's the thing.
Aw.
Those two stories were kind of nice compared to this one.
Oh no!
Fungi in the...
What do you mean those were kind of nice? What, one of them was attached to another fly because it was trying to procreate with it. And it got, what do you mean this one is worse? I'm ready. I don't know if my little heart can take this. Can't believe this is on YouTube. But you're right, it is educational.
genus Massospora, which is a dad joke time bomb, have a taste for cicadas. Now, some cicadas are around every year, but some species only
I
come
hear
up
them.
every 13 to 17 years,
Hey.
all at once.
Hey chat, what kind of cicadas do you have in your area? The ones in Japan I know from the Harvest Moon games go wah, 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 wah. And then the ones here go What kind of cicadas do you have? Cool frame to pause on? Yeah. We have the one. Oh, yours go whip, 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 whip. Those are the cicadas you have? The same as Japan? Cool. I just wanted to know. Why did she do that? I just wanted to know, and that's the noise that they make.
And for a fungus that likes to eat them, that's a buffet worth waiting for. For those 13 to 17 years, the cicada lives underground as a nymph. Spores of the fungus can also be found in that soil. And as these cicada nymphs begin to emerge, some of them are infected. Getting right to it, the fungus eats away the cicada's abdomen and sexual organs, which apparently they can live without. Then it creates a whole bunch of conidiaspores, which form a sort of plug back there. You could say their back end is a massospora. I told you. These little conidia are specially designed to quickly infect other cicadas. Now, you might think that having a half body riddled with fungus would be a bit of a red flag in the dating world, but the fungus has some tricks. Some species of Massospora pump the cicada full of psilocybin, which is the hallucinogenic compound in magic mushrooms. And it also
What
creates
the hell?
cathinone, which is a stimulant. So the infected cicadas are the life of the party. Todd, what happened to your ass? Who cares? Woo! The fungus also does something else that's quite sneaky. It somehow manipulates infected male cicadas into changing their mating call, which normally sounds like this, to sound like a female cicada, which sounds like this. I mean, the bottom line is
Do
that the
the rump
fungus is able to
shaker
trickle.
Yeah, the fungus that makes you do the thug shaker. Oh yeah, shake that rump. Do the rump shaker. Fungus that makes you shake your rump. Do the rump shaker. Oh yeah.
A lot of cicadas into dry humping the conidia. And these little conidia start to infect their host's butt in a different way. The fungus of these canidia-infected cicadas will also devour the abdomen
Oh,
and
it's so
genitals of their
gross.
hosts. But instead of creating more canidia and trying to infect even more adults, they fill up what used to be the abdomen with these thick-shelled spores. These infected cicadas act basically normal. However, in going about their business, they rain these thick-shelled spores down onto the ground below, where they will wait for another 13 to
they're
17
just
years to
sporing
infect the
everywhere.
next cycle. Yeah, so that's how they do it. So,
Oh, that's horrifying.
I mean, it's hard to root for the fungus on this one. Really. Athlete's foot is
Yeah.
a fungus, do you know that? Eats keratin, which is in our skin and nails. And that's the scouting party. It's just a matter of time. I tell
No,
you what,
don't-
I'm gonna
no.
cinch my pants real tight. Can't make my ass fall off. I mean, the movies get it all wrong. Zombies are just gonna be people all hopped up on mushrooms and cocaine trying to get you to hump a powder ball that ate their junk. No, it always looks like that. They got little sprinkles falling out the gaps in the short pants. And then one day you see him shimmy up a flagpole and attach by deep-throating that knob on top. Dave, what you doing up there? And then he just withers away. You know, make that into a movie. Call it The Last Ass of Us.
We were all thinking it, Jet. Let him cook.
Whole new revamped,
The last
improved look
ass
with
of
each series.
Wow, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Out of all the Zafrank videos, of all the nature videos I've seen, I wasn't expecting this one to be as bad as it was. He was spitting, yeah, he spit so hard. Spitting so hard, I'm sure the police are after him. He must be on some sort of list. Nature's so fucked up and wild. I love it. We gotta be thankful that that can't happen to us yet. Yeah, it's like you said, it's only a matter of time before fungus eventually evolves to be able to do that to humans, right? Right? Nature's a constant evolutionary battle. And one day we might lose it. I don't want to be alive for that to happen. Sounds like a party, Jet. Fungi's just scary in a level we can't comprehend. Yeah, just seeing the microscopic what's happening inside of it. Oh my god, it's gross. It's truly gross. Yeah, parasites as well are pretty gross. But you know, I'd rather have tapeworm than fungal spores inside of me. At least the tapeworm is like kind of respectful in comparison. They're just little mushrooms. I can punch them. That's how you get your fist infected. Yeah, I'll have to feed my tapeworm. Crush my head with a cinder block when I flatline. That's certainly got to be a world first for a sentence that has been created. What, whiplash? Yeah, this is what we call the Germa palate cleanser after that one.
I didn't even talk about Jen Loss. We'll do that. Those of you that saw, I was on day 2 of Ranboo's show. It was really fun. Yeah, I had the prosthetics I was in. I'd never done something like that before, but I had to get my whole face casted. And the way they do that is they put this stuff all over your face. This like silicone stuff. They cover your mouth and almost your whole head. But it didn't do the back of my head or anything. It was just my entire face.
Oh, that must
and
be
I could
horrifying.
only breathe very, very slightly out of my nostrils. It was
Good
an
thing they didn't
experience. It was like,
forget
oh, shit.
the nostril holes. Those of you that don't know, he was on kind of a game show. It was a big game show. Vinny was on it too. That was the first time Vinny and Germa ever met. So it was just cool to see them next to each other. Rambo's, yeah, it's funny how there are creators with like millions and millions of subscribers that my My old ass living under a rock has never heard about. I'm like, who is this? And then I click and I'm like, oh my god. So many people watch this guy. How do I not know about him?
Shit. And then they sculpted on that mold. It's really, really, really cool. Did you shave? Oh yeah, I had to. There's no way it would have actually been able to stay on my face. Did you get to keep the mold? Yes, I actually did. I'll show it. Unfortunately, it is not here. I need to get it. I need to get it sent to me. But I will show it. It's terrifying. It's just a 1-to-1 complete replica of my face.
Oh, that's
with
so
every
scary.
Pore, every wrinkle. It is a snapshot of my exact face as a 37-year-old.
He's gonna be able to look at that when he's an old man. Do you think he's gonna gaze at it and go, wow, I was so good looking. Least weird Germa merchandise? Yeah, can we get casts of the cast? There's going to be super fans that will purchase that. What do you mean he's forever good looking? Yeah, we've seen Bugleberry. We know. We know what he's going to look like in the future. Yeah, you can get a new mold when he's older. Have a little like side by side when the Germa Museum eventually exists. They can have the molds in the Germa Museum and people from all over the world can go and see what his face used to look like. Wouldn't that be cool? Cool merch idea.
Old man.
You think he's gonna look exactly the same in 30 years? Vampire.
What's the secret?
Sell it? Nope. No fucking way.
Nice fish hidden away.
No fucking way. I ain't selling that. There ain't no price on that one. You could make bank selling it.
Think of the emotional cost though. Like, if you sold this and someone just kept making molds of his face and then selling those. Started an art exhibition with just a bunch of Germa faces all painted differently.
A world where I'm gonna be super happy and like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, so new merch drop, guys. A 1-to-1 complete replica, down to the pores, identical of my face.
That's how I'm gonna do a face reveal, chat. I'm just gonna send one random chatter a mold of my face, and I hope that they replicate it. It's pretty avant-garde. Did anyone here ever do that thing where they took paper mache and they made casts of their hands and stuff? I have a couple of those casts left over from like high school. That's pretty cool. I've never made like an actual plasticine cast though of any body part of mine. I've always wanted to. I don't know why. I don't know for what purpose. Oh wait, no, I have perfect casts of my teeth because I used to have braces. I have that somewhere, like actual top and bottom teeth, and I used to put it together and I used to show people, and I'd make it talk. I'd go like, "Bah, bah, 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 bah. Look, it's me, Chia, but it's just my teeth. Clack, clack, clack." Those are probably somewhere around here. My teeth exist out there in the world. Dark artifacts. That's weird. That's just, they do that if you get braces. They take a perfect mold of your teeth before so that you can compare it to the after. And it's just it's there somewhere. No one uses it like a toy? What else are you supposed to use it for? It's just like I have it. It exists. Why do I even need it in the first place? I have no idea why they even gave it to me. Probably because they didn't want it. They were like, here, you have it.
Complete better than HD.
Gonna cast my
real
butt.
life. It's like real life. It's better than HD. It's real life. I'm not selling that. Have you tried using Face ID with your phone with the mold? That's actually kind of funny, but no. No, I'm not gonna sell that. No fucking way. In 2,000 years, they'll dig it up and reconstruct you. No, I'm smashing it with a hammer before I die. You know what I mean? Like before
In his
I
will.
die, one of my requests in my will is smash that fucking one-to-one realistic face.
The only
Smash it with a
request.
hammer into a million pieces. Give it to your grandkids? No, they're not getting shit. That sounded bad. That sounded bad. I mean, I'll get. Why can I go in here?
Yeah, shout out to the Germa chatter that said I would give my soul to lick it. Just know we saw you there. We saw you, buddy. Put it in the Twitch museum. I gotta find my teeth. I gotta find my teeth molds. It was so cool to see how it fit together. Also, it was like it's so smooth. Like I'd put it against my face and just feel the smoothness. I gotta find my teeth. I gotta find my dentures.
That sounded kind of bad. I mean, they're not gonna get any like weird shit like that. They'll get.
Teeth are in your mouth, streamer. Oh yeah, that's where they are. I forgot. Thanks for letting me know that.
Money. Whatever's left, I guess. They'll get some money, right? Yeah, they'll see what I have left and they'll be like, why did Grandpa do all this shit? How much money did he have? And you're telling, wait, he put on a dollhouse? What the fuck are you talking about? Grandpa, where's the money?
Twitch streamer or really wealthy eccentric? Is there a difference between behavior? Eggy, hello! Hello, Eggy. Thanks for the clip, Witcho.
What did you spend? You spent $70,000 on the Family Guy game? Grandpa, what the fuck are you doing? Why didn't you just give—
Yes, there is normal Twitch streamers. I'm gonna raise you if they are on Twitch in the first place, they are not normal. There has to be something deeply broken within you to make you want to become a streamer.
Give it to us! Get a gold cast of the mask. Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Put the inheritance inside of the face mold, so they have to smash it to get it. Make a gold bust of your face. That'd be so funny. That would be a lot of money. When you realize your relatives have to smash both your head and the bust of your head when you die. Oh, that's true. That's true.
What a request. What if instead of like following through with that, they just sell it for an enormous sum of money? They could very well do that. Yeah, you have to go through a canon event in order to become a Twitch streamer. Just like the Spider-Verse, something needs to happen in your life that causes you to want to choose to become a streamer. What about the people that just use Twitch to stream to their PlayStation or on their PlayStation with their IRL friends? What is broken within them that they have to do that in the first place? Add it to the lore. Mild-mannered Chia VTuber got bitten by a radioactive streamer. Yeah, we pass on through fungal spores, actually. Like, when a Twitch streamer gets, like, at the top of the Twitch rankings, they eventually they crawl up to a really high place and release fungal spores that infect other people to become also streamers. No one chooses to become a VTuber. VTubers are born. Yeah, you can't change me. I was just born like this. That's what happened to XQC.
There,
Yeah.
I think. you guys remember that? At what point do you stop being sentient? I don't know. But, I mean, like, what brain activity, right, continues? What's the theory there? It kind of freaks me out. It's like your brain still has electrical impulse, like activity, after you pass away, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like 7 minutes or something.
Because your brain slows down. Do you, like, live for, like, 100 million years or something? Like, in your slowed down,
I think about that, too.
Electrical impulse brain? That only lasts a couple hours? Well, that only lasts a couple hours to you.
Like, I think that it would be like a dream, right? And you just have to hope that you have a nice dream and not a freaky little nightmare. Yeah, they climb to a high place, a couple of viewers, and release their spores, which is our content, and infect other people. Our viewers, which also produce spores, also content, and it goes on like that. I don't know, freaky little nightmare sounds kind of nice. So after your body dies and your brain's electrical impulses are still firing, chat, you want to have a nightmare? Really? That's like your last memory of this planet?
Well, what does that feel like? Because think about it. When you dream, you only dream for like 5 seconds, right? But sometimes those dreams feel like you're there for an hour or two. I don't know, that stuff freaks me out to a point where, like, I kind of... like the second that I'm dead, smash my head with a cinder block. Crush my head with a cinder block. I don't want to, like, live for an eternity in my own weird, like, electrical impulse brain thing. Because, like, okay, in the 10 seconds that it takes for, like, Uncle Gary to come up with
just
the cinder
cave
block
my
and crush
face
my
in.
head, I may have lived for 100,000 years already in my slowed down electrical impulse kind of passing brain. Not to mention Uncle Gary, the people in there. You know, I've only told Uncle Gary. I told this to. Hey, Uncle Gary, make sure when I die, the second that I have flatline.
Yeah, Jeremiah is very philosophical.
What if the doctor's like, "What are you doing? Put that down." That's another 100,000 years. What if Gary doesn't finish the job? I might live for 500 million years, and I'll be sitting there after year number 1,000,000. I'm gonna be like, I don't know what happened. But Gary didn't fucking finish the job apparently. Or Gary picks up the cinder block and, like, throws it. And then it hits me like the groin. And he didn't even get the job done. And they throw him out. Can you imagine? Okay, and there he goes. He's passed. And, like, somebody picks up a cinder block from behind, like, the table. And it's just like, holy shit, bro. That image is insane.
When's Chia playing Golem? That depends. You got $60 on you. I'm not giving them my money. Has anyone here had a dream where they ever wished that they could do? I'm joking. But I have had a dream where I did feel like I lived a very long time. Where I did feel like I lived a full life, and then I woke up and I was like, what? It's not over? I'm back at the beginning, essentially? Oh shit, I didn't save my progress, was the feeling I had. I was like, I had a pet dog and a house and everything. Like, can I go back to that? No? That stuff's weird.
Oh, you don't understand. He told me he didn't want to stay stuck in a DMT-flooded brain chemical dream. I had to. Look, I have it in writing. Should we talk about that really quick?
Well, he flatlined. Okay, Bob. Pick up the cinder block. Every doctor has a cinder block just ready to go to cave your head in. Yeah, it is really weird. It feels so real, and then you wake up and you go, what? I died in a dream once and there was a loading bar. As soon as it filled up, I woke up. You just gotta try again. Chia, you've been in a dream for 40 years. Wake up. It's me, your husband, German985. Shut up, chat.
Okay, so let's talk. When you die, nobody really knows what happens. But
here to cave in your skull with the cinder block.
That your brain is kind of still going. You're kind of still going. And just what happens in there? Does time slow down in your head? And do you essentially live potentially hundreds of years up here because of just like you're kind of dying and you're going and but you know what I'm saying? There's been theories. There's been theories about this. That like maybe your brain is actually still active for a while and who knows how long you'd be trapped up there for. So I don't know. What if I like don't want to be in there? So I made a jokey reference to the second that I flatline, like, because it could be 1,000 years at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like that 1 second could be 1,000 years after that. I just crushed my head with a cinder block. The second that it's.
Do you think he actually has that in his will?
Hypershake gift Seabat 14 hamtastic months watching this stream. Gift Twiggly gift Seabat gift Twiggly.
Black Eyes Canary, welcome back to the cage. Thank you for 14 months. Why are you still here? I don't understand. I don't understand why any of you are here right now.
What the fuck? What did just make the noise it just made? What the hell? Can you imagine? It's in his will, you don't understand. Yeah, Uncle Frank has to run in with a cinder block. No, you don't understand. It's in his will. We have to crush his head. Somebody get security. No. And I'm sitting there in there. You're under arrest, Uncle Frank. No, shit. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I tried.
Did you just say Germa is the equivalent to AI content? This is unrelated to that, but it's kind of related. Have you ever seen the AI like SpongeBob and Family Guy that's happening on YouTube right now? Like there's YouTube streams of these AI shows and they are just completely off the rocks. I was curious, so I went into the Family Guy one. I was like, what the hell? They did talk about Pokemon and RuneScape. I was like, I understand this. But the AI SpongeBob one has to be the worst because they're all in the AI world of SpongeBob, they're all hooked on all kinds of hard drugs. Yeah, it's very repetitive. It's something I would not stay in for longer than like 6 seconds just to be like, excuse me. Family Guy got banned? Oh my god, I'm not surprised. They can never last long before it just develops into them saying some heinous shit. Is Squidward going insane? Yeah, watching a like breakdown. Watch 3 minutes of an AI show and you basically watch the entirety of it? Yeah, exactly. It is very repetitive. It's crazy though. Anna, hello. I'm doing good, how are you? All I remember from the Family Guy one is one of them screaming for like an hour. That's horrifying. That's absolutely horrifying. I'm not gonna be at all surprised when the AI eventually like decides humanity should no longer continue. I will not be surprised. Damn, why Germa look ripped in this frame? The Germa workout routine? Yeah, how do I get on the Germa workout routine? How do I become ripped like that? We're all elderly here, right? We know what Flash games are. We remember the death of Flash. And we remember it giving us life when we were in high school and middle school. During the lunch hours. I'm good, got some unfortunate news today, but we pushing through. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's good to just turn your brain off for a little bit. Hopefully find just a bit of reprise from that. Flash is elderly? I hate to break it to you. It is. It is definitely elderly. OMG, what is your favorite Flash game website? Mini Clip? Congregate is a good one. No, I changed my mind. Nitrom? Or was it Nitro? It was Nitrom. Newgrounds is too edgy for me. I played Turtle Toss and I cried, but I continued to play it because I wanted a high score. Just know, Ego Raptor, you made a young Chia cry with your violent turtle animation. I felt so bad for it.
Throughout the history of the internet, there have been a number of what you could call creative renaissances, which have sparked from the emergence of certain tools and platforms.
Oh yeah, Xiao Xiao, the stick figure fighting game. I believe, didn't he try to copyright stick figures? Anyways, it was not a turtle toss. That was a turtle hurdle. It was not a gentle toss. Not at all.
Throughout the history of the internet, there have been a number of what you could call creative renaissances, which have sparked from the emergence of certain tools and platforms. It's why indie games took off after the emergence of game engines like Unity, or why every kid thinks they're a filmmaker now because of YouTube. Anyways, this phenomenon seems to make its appearance in the mainstream every half-decade or so, with one of the latest examples appearing through TikTok and short-form content, whether we want to admit it or not. But one of the earliest observable instances of this occurrence comes from a time that predates the new millennium, an era known as Web 1.0. Remember this? That was back when a simple ring on the landline was the only thing that stood between you and your steamy conversation with online babes. It was a simpler time, but a time that was made a whole lot more interesting when Macromedia Flash came to town. Flash was a wildly flexible piece of software that allowed users to produce everything from—
I had 400 views in my short, so I'm definitely on par with Hollywood directors. You are in my mind. You are in my mind. I don't know if you noticed, but I put your clipping channel in the Discord description. I hope you don't mind, but I'm honored.
From animations to web apps to online games.
That's so kind, Chia. That's kind of you. You're kind.
Throughout its life cycle, the product would see a frequent changing of hands, beginning its legacy as an app called Future Splash before being acquired by Macromedia in '96, then Adobe in '05, and eventually Software Heaven in 2020. But in its prime, Flash had virtually opened the floodgates for user-generated content, which gave rise to dozens of online portals dedicated to this newfound art form. Of course, with so many amateur creatives uploading their content, quality control was never really a priority, so while many may reminisce fondly about the most iconic Flash works from—
Thurricate Dobbs, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders, welcome. Dino Stampede, chat, don't Prometheus run away. Don't run in a straight line. You gotta run to the side. They're gonna run you over. Welcome everybody. My name is Chia. I'm a hamster girl VTuber, and we're having a chill day. We're just watching some videos. I hope you had a good stream. There you go. Yeah, now you got it, chat. Hamster.
From days past, we may sometimes tend to forget how much utter garbage there was. I guess some things never change. But among all this content,
so cool,
whether
X.
good or bad,
If Mario stomped on Goombas and they bled and he had a gun and he said swears, that'd be so rad. Don't worry, I won't run you over. Oh, whew. That's something hamsters have to worry about. People don't watch their feet. My dad once accidentally stepped on a rat outside. He was just doing yard work, and I was sitting on the porch, and I hear a squeak, and he thought it was one of the dog's squeaky toys, and he looks down and went, "Oh shit, that's a rat." Don't say swears. Oh, fuck.
always remained one intriguing constant: the stick figure.
Oh shit, a rat.
During this era, the amount of stick-themed content was as much of a phenomenon as the overarching movement itself, and this gave rise to what could be considered
Watching
by many
vids
to
being
be a
say
sort
so,
of
yeah.
subgenre within the
Yeah,
medium
definitely.
of Flash. It's
No
also
fungus
intriguing
involved.
to point out the parallels one can draw between this early era of online creativity and the dawn of artistic expression itself, but we'll save that one for the real intellectuals. Regardless, it's quite obvious as to why so many amateur creators gravitated toward this art style. I mean, stick figures are incredibly easy to draw and relatively simple to animate, so it's no surprise that this subgenre was so attractive to people. This would ultimately give way to numerous online platforms dedicated solely to the art of the stick. Two of the most honorable mentions include stickdeath.com and Stick Figure Death Theater. And the
there you go,
content
chat.
most
You're talking about
certainly
stick
lived up
figure
to their
games.
names. For some reason, the majority of stick figure content was almost exclusively associated with gratuitous gore and dismemberment, backed by the tune of an equally raunchy nu metal riff. I mean,
You know,
stick
I don't know why this has brought back memories, but you remember when Happy Wheels was just huge on YouTube? I was so enamored with Xiao Xiao. I didn't play the stick figure games because I was like, oh, they're so violent. And you know, if Turtle Toss is enough to make me feel bad for the turtle, I don't think I could have handled the stick games. Chia plays Happy Wheels part 387. yeah. I think that is when a lot of people started watching PewDiePie, but that's when I stopped watching PewDiePie. I was so sick of Happy Wheels.
Figure Death Theater wouldn't even let you submit an animation unless a stick figure actually died in it. So you can very quickly get an idea for what the majority of this content was like. And at the risk of ticking off a lot of people, it was mostly pretty tasteless. But that was soon to change.
Watched him after
On
the Happy
April
Wheels arc.
19th, 2001,
That was a good
Flash
era.
animation was uploaded
Not
to
the Happy Wheels era, the afterwards. There was a Xiao Xiao animation that started out with the main character pointing a sniper rifle to the camera, and I honest to God ducked below my computer because I thought it was gonna shoot me. Oh, chat. Oh, you were so stupid. Sweet summer children.
entertainment website newgrounds.com by a user named Jew.
That's like rude and a It's like when the first ever film was shown. It was a train going towards the camera. Everyone in the theater started screaming and trying to leave the theater because they thought the train was going to run them over. It's the same energy.
This stick flash, titled
Well, it
as
wasn't the first
Xiao-
ever film, like cinema film, but it was like one of the first filmed things.
Xiao number 1.
There, Xiao Xiao,
would
there
soon
you go,
catch the
chat, Xiao
attention
Xiao.
of many users within the Flash community for its fast-paced action sequences and creative use of violence. It also didn't hurt that it was expertly animated as well. After making his debut, Jew would continue to raise the bar with each subsequent upload, with content that was high-octane, violent, and definitely not cool with my mom. You see, Jew's content still incorporated many of the hallmarks of his predecessors, with gratuitous violence and outlandish death scenes still persisting as the main themes. But Jew had managed to incorporate these traits with a level of mastery that actually managed to make them kind of charming. Over the course of the next year, the now solidified Xiao Xiao series had begun to take shape, and would soon form an unspoken narrative surrounding one aptly named protagonist. Turns out Xiao Xiao more or less translates to little guy in English, and this character quickly...
Little guy, he's a little man. Yeah, very high octane sort of gameplay. Was Xiao Xiao a game, chat? I'm still confused. Or was it just animations? I was around for this era of the internet, but I did not partake in the stick figure scene. I love video essays. Me too, chat. Me too. a ton. Couple of games, but most of it was animations. Okay, well there we go. Mostly animations, it seems. Just a little guy.
Quickly became the consistent
How could you
focus
have beef
throughout
with
the
a little guy
series.
like me?
In less than a year, Ju had set the bar for what stick animation
How
was
could a little
capable
guy
of,
be so
with
violent?
each subsequent release bringing brand new ideas to the table. For example,
That one guy
3
just
would
running down
include
the
playback
stairs,
controls
getting
that
kicked
allowed
in the
viewers
face.
to rewind their favorite moments. Episode 2 was a sequence of entertaining QuickTime challenges, and number 5 was a full-blown shooter. There were even 3D
Whoa.
sequences incorporated.
I can't believe Super Hot ripped off Xiao Xiao. I'm joking.
Into certain
By the way,
episodes,
I
which
can't.
literally brought a whole new dimension to an idea that was traditionally thought to be a 2D experience. Needless to say, Ju was blowing up, and his meteoric rise soon solidified his character Xiao Xiao as the poster boy for the entire genre, spawning dozens of imitators that would mimic him in a format now known as Xiao Xiao style. This would be the turning point that elevated stick animation from an obscure internet subculture to full-blown stick mania. Yet even with
I
all
don't
his
know why
influence,
referring to elevating stick figures is really funny to me. I think it's just because the concept of a stick figure is simplicity. How can you elevate pure and raw simplicity such as a stick figure? Xiao Xiao did it.
virtually nothing is known about Xiao Xiao's creator, even 20 years later. As it stands today, Ju's Newgrounds account may be the only existing record of any kind of public profile he might have.
Stick
and
RPG
even
was a
that is
lot of
sparse.
people's
Later
stick
sources
game.
do confirm that his legal name is Juji Qiang, and he was most likely born in 1976 in Jilin, China. But apart from that, there isn't much else to go on. Heck, I'm not gonna lie, I can't even confirm that this is an actual photo of him. Yes, there are certain sources that strongly suggest it might be, but just in case, that'll be the last time I show that photo. But regardless of the mystery surrounding Ju, there is still just enough of a breadcrumb trail online to be able to piece together his short
Time
career.
to do some sleuthing.
Alongside the Xiao Xiao series, there appear to be 2 advertisements that feature his work, which
figures are
suggests
so
that
silly
Ju's growing
goofy. They are.
popularity as an
Always getting
animator
up to
was
shenanigans.
actually paying off. Turns out, Ju was contracted by Heineken China in 2003 to help develop a cross-promotion for the Matrix
Wow.
Reloaded. And while it's strange that this ad campaign did exist, what's weirder is the fact that
that
this
is strange,
how they
wow.
decided to push it in China.
Oh, this is raw. I want a Heineken now.
There also seems to be another
That's so
ad that was
raw.
done for a mall in Hong Kong.
Oh my god. I had no idea that this even existed. And I bet you Xiao Xiao fans had no idea either. Goes hard, yeah. That was fucking cool. Heineken sponsor, use code BINKUS. Wow, I want a Heineken now.
Kong,
I
where
suddenly have the
Ju
urge
once
to
again
drink a Heineken.
utilizes his trademark stick foo.
No
I
idea
guess
why.
martial arts really does sell in China.
I love Heineken.
Anyways, at this point,
I've got fun memories of my time in Amsterdam. The time I single-handedly made a tour go out of money. What do you call that? Broke. I bankrupted a tour because I drank too many Heinekens. Good memory.
fair to assume
Good
that
memory.
Juji Qiang was making a decent living as a professional animator, with his now famous Xiao Xiao character taking the spotlight in almost everything he did. With the help of Ju's influence, Stick Mania had managed to go mainstream, and it wasn't
Wonder how
until
popular
later
Xiao
in
Xiao was in China.
2003
Yeah, I wonder as well. It must have been pretty popular for them to do a Heineken commercial. I mean, it was created by a man from China, so. And it was beyond language. It wasn't in any language because they're stick figures and they don't talk. They talk with their fists. So perhaps it was fairly popular, but that's just a game theory. All you can drink means you gotta drink it all. That's how I was treating it. Slabs roof of a hamster. This baby can fit so much Heineken inside of it. Did you know that hamsters can't get drunk? They are the only creature on Earth that cannot get intoxicated or die of alcohol poisoning. Makes sense why you can drink so many beers. It makes sense now, doesn't it?
That this would eventually come back to bite. That same year, Nike would launch the 2003 version of their Nike Freestyle campaign, featuring a rather familiar-looking mascot. This stick figure freestyler, known simply as Stickman, would star in each advertisement and attempt to outmatch athletes in their respective sport with an impressive display of freestyle tricks. The ads were charming, but most importantly, they were capable of amassing universal appeal due to their simple concepts and ambiguous main character. And once the commercials had begun to garner worldwide attention, it wasn't long before Ju caught wind of the news. The animator would first hear about the ad spots from a friend who had seen the commercials on the Chinese news site Sina.com.
Shake that stick.
Surprisingly though, Ju's reaction was not one of amusement, but rather outrage. The way Ju saw it, Nike had ripped off his own trademark character, and was now using Xiao Xiao to sell shoes. Of course, this immediately opens up an entire can of worms regarding stick figures and their validity as intellectual property, and don't worry, we will absolutely get to that. But for now, it's just important to know that he did actually seek legal advice. Upon doing so, Ju would inform a lawyer that
the Nike stick figure didn't punch anyone to death as far as I'm aware. He just bawled. They said, no way, a stick man can bawl, and then he did. And they spat out their cereal all across the world.
His character Xiao Xiao was actually registered for copyright protection. And after reviewing the evidence and comparing the two characters, the lawyer would advise Ju that he protect his brand. From there, Ju and his lawyer would begin to compile a case against Nike, and in July of 2004, Xiao Xiao would take Nike to court, suing for 2 million yuan. From there, Chinese news outlets would quickly catch wind of the story, and shortly after, the Flash community would too. Suddenly, the Newgrounds forums were flooded with opinions about the lawsuit, with the vast majority of users repeating the exact same thing. You can't copyright a stick man.
Literally, my own chat room said that. It's a stick man. It is a stick man.
And while there were those that sided with Ju, many of these users were more just interested in seeing a Newgrounds user take money from a big corporation, and didn't really care for the validity of his stick figure argument. From the looks of it, users seemed to believe that Ju's lawsuit was just one giant cash grab, and for many, his motives were now in question. During the first hearing, Ju and his lawyer would begin to plead their case to the court, accusing Nike of appropriating Xiao Xiao's likeness for the company.
Poor Nike. Ooh. I'd hate it if they lost the suit. That seems like a pretty big sentiment on the internet there.
Monetary gain. Ju's lawyer claimed that the defendant wanted to use the design because they knew Xiao Xiao was popular with young people and were attempting to appeal to that demographic. Which was a stretch. Sure, Xiao Xiao was popular, but he wasn't Limp Bizkit, Pokemon, Frosted Tips popular. The truth was, if Nike wanted to appeal to young people, they could have just put famous people in their ads, which they did when they featured famous footballer Ronaldinho in one of their commercial spots.
Ronaldinho soccer!
Of course, the user also needed to have proof that this alleged infringement had actually impacted his brand. According to courtroom recounts, Ju had stated that his intellectual property had been, quote, severely damaged due to Nike's illegal use, claiming that the ads had already begun to cause confusion between
That doesn't
his
just
character
speak to the children, that speaks to us still. I can't believe that's relevant in 2023. I can just shout, Ronaldinho soccer! And everyone will go, goal!
and Nike's. Ju also stated that he was previously negotiating with publishers to release an origin story for his character, but after the Nike commercials, negotiations had ceased. Nike would then fire back with their own defense, based entirely upon the argument that you just couldn't copyright a stickman.
Messi,
right?
Messi.
Lawyers would hit this point hard, producing a hefty 18 pieces of evidence featuring stick figures in the public domain, to attempt to prove that they were free game. After this case was pleaded,
I love the caves in France with the stick figures on them being used as evidence that it is public domain. That is so funny to me. Do you think our ancestors in the caves in France wherever, it never would have even crossed their mind that someday it would be used as evidence of just something called copyright, probably just nothing that anyone would have been thinking about at the time. That's crazy. That's so crazy to me.
Nike would attack Ju's life points directly by stating, quote, "It is obvious that the plaintiff intended to promote himself and his flash works by accusing a famous multinational company of copyright infringement." From the looks of it, Nike had built a strong and quite
they did
sensible
stick figures
counter-argument,
before it was
and
mainstream.
for a moment, it seemed like the verdict was ready to fall within everyone's
Before the mainstream even
expectations.
existed.
But here's the funny thing about Chinese copyright laws. You see, at the time, China defined creative property as an intellectual creation with originality. Which begs the question, how can we truly define something as original? Well, it's difficult, but a writer named Simon Teng, who originally covered this story, helps to explain it perfectly. Take a circle, for example. Is a circle an original idea? No, it's basic geometry, it's found in nature. But how can we make it unique? Well, let's try adding some color and maybe some patterns. Is it original now? Well, many would argue yes, because this expression of a circle is separable from the idea
This
of a
is
circle.
confusing.
We have now officially crossed the line from a simple concept to the artistic expression of a concept. So if we apply this rule to Xiao Xiao, can we confidently say that his character meets the criteria for this definition of originality? Well, according to the Chinese Intermediate People's Court, the answer was yes. While we may never know exactly how the court reached their verdict, it is possible that the fact that Xiao Xiao was an animated stick figure could have served as the basis for an argument that Ju's character was
Xiao Xiao
unique.
did define a genre.
Another factor that may have contributed
On
to
the
their
internet.
case was the physical traits both characters shared, including feet and rounded-off appendages, traits that were somewhat unique to the traditional idea of a stick figure. And so, on December 29th, 2004, the Beijing Intermediate People's
Damn, he
Court
got
ruled
feet.
in favor of Ju Jiqiang. While the original sum Ju sued for was not met, Nike was still ordered to pay the artist $36,000 USD for the infringement, alongside a court-ordered public apology. Now, there isn't a definitive explanation as to how this decision was reached, but after getting my feet wet in some articles and brushing up on my Mandarin, I think I can make a pretty good guess. It is very possible that Ju's lawyer could have convinced the court that Xiao Xiao was indeed as popular as they said, especially in China. This fact, combined with the similarities the
Jet, you were
characters
asking
shared,
if
could have given
Xiao Xiao was popular in China. We might actually get an answer to that.
the impression that a popular Chinese cartoon character was being ripped off by a large American corporation, which was kind of one big Uno reverse card on traditional circumstances. Now, it may come as no surprise that Nike wasn't exactly happy with this verdict, so the company would almost immediately file for an appeal. It was granted, and almost a year later, on November 9th, 2005, Xiao Xiao was back on the podium. But now the tides had turned. Seems
The
like Nike had
turnstable.
all their firepower saved up for this one because they actually ended up winning. And this time, we
They
know
unleashed
why.
their spirit bomb.
Turns out Nike's stick figure had one simple characteristic that managed to separate it from Xiao Xiao. Notice anything different? Well, if you look closely, Nike's stick...
His head not attached? Is that it? Is that the Yeah, the separated head. You think that's why they won? It's like the tittle on an eye, isn't it? The loophole. Aw, frick.
figure appears to have a detached head, while Xiao Xiao's remains fixed
It
to his
is
shoulders.
the head.
It may not seem like much,
The
but
heck?
when you're debating the artistic originality of a stick figure in a court of law, it's probably okay to be nitpicky. And this
I
would
guess.
ultimately be the factor that constituted Nike's property as original. So while Nike may have actually won the verdict, it's still not absurd to assume that someone at the company may have
It
been
was
watching a
tittle
little
for
too much
tat.
Newgrounds when they devised this ad. Considering the time period, it's very possible that the current era of internet culture could have rubbed off on Nike's creative process. But was that really a sound basis for
I'm gonna
a
get my
lawsuit?
stick figures next
I mean,
month or two.
Xiao Xiao had plenty of imitators online. Why wasn't Ju going after them? Well, the answer's kind of obvious.
Let's just say some of them are small creators. One is frickin' Nike. You know how much they paid for the Nike swoosh? They paid an artist no royalties, and then they became famous. I have no sympathy for them, like, with this kind of stuff. The artist who did the swoosh is not getting royalties for that. He got paid a very small sum and created the Nike swoosh, and then Nike got huge. And because they didn't have a contract agreeing to royalties, the artist is just they're out of luck. Them's the breaks.
I think it would be naive to assume that the Xiao Xiao lawsuit was anything less than just a greedy cash grab.
You get a shot
So,
at Nike, you have
with
to
the
take
final
it.
ruling given in favor
I hope
of
Nike's
Nike,
not listening.
Ju was ordered to pay 8,000
We love you,
USD
Nike.
for both instances of the trial, officially putting an end to the 2-year lawsuit. Sadly, this would also mark the end of Ju's career online, as there is virtually no record of his activity.
I'm boycotting
after
Nike.
The ruling in
It's easy for me to
2005.
say I'm boycotting Nike because I don't think I've ever purchased a Nike product. So here I can sit on my selectivist ass here going, I'm boycotting Nike. Meanwhile, I'd never purchased anything Nike before in my life. Hello, Kenna.
Besides, at this point,
I
it had
got
been
my
3
nails
years
did.
since the last Xiao Xiao episode, and with the lack of uploads,
I'll post a
excitement
picture on
had
Twitter
begun to
after.
fade for the series. In 2008, the last nail was hammered when Ju's
Yeah, we're
official
Skechers only here. We're a light up Skechers only round these parts. Nike can eat my ass. You've been boycotting for a long time.
website would permanently go offline. Today, only websites like Newgrounds and Stickpage help to keep archives of the mysterious artist's work alive.
I love light
They're
up
simple
Skechers.
pieces of work, yet they're special in that they were some of the first flashes ever to capture.
Wait. Hear me out. Chia-verse model that has light up Skechers on. Let's say Skater Chia. I do this, and I light them up.
Captivate such a large audience online. You see,
Yeah, Skechers
Xiao
are
Xiao
actually really
hailed from
comfortable.
a time when people would create on the internet
I only
not
wear
for the
Heelys.
purposes of fame or money, but just to contribute, to be a part of the wonderful wave of creativity that was blossoming on technology that was
So
so
many
new
Chias.
and fascinating to all of us. I still go back to the archives sometimes. Sure, I'll watch a couple flashes, but it mostly serves as a reminder now. A reminder of when things were a little smaller, a little simpler, and a little more stick it to the man. Thanks for watching.
Stick figure it to the man. Let's go. Emochia, that would be sick. I have so many ideas. Ideas that my wallet cannot even begin to keep up with. Your smile lights up chat's heart, and your Skechers, they light up the room. Stick figure Chia. Hola, hello. What is this? Elemental, another box office disaster for Pixar? Oh no. It did not do well, did it? Does anyone here care about Elemental spoilerinos? Anyone here planning on seeing it? I've literally never heard of this movie. It's, the only reason I know about it is because of Cool Math Games, that video we watched a while ago. Because they had a Fireboy and Water Girl Flash game. I know this is a failure because they announced Toy Story 5. So bad they rebooted Toy Story. Oh. From what I've heard, it's not a bad movie by any means. Well, let's watch this then.
Folks, I think it's safe to say that Pixar has been struggling. And it's really weird to say it because, like, this is the studio who had a unprecedented, and I mean that, like, name one other company or studio or just anybody who came close to the winning streak that Pixar led during the 2000s. It is unrivaled. Like, the best I can think of.
I heard it wasn't as bad as people thought it was going to be. Yeah, I heard it's actually pretty good. It's pretty good, but I think the sentiment is it's not new, I guess. Like, Pixar has been doing a lot of the same stuff for a while. It's like, what if has feelings? What if feeling have feeling? What if toy have feeling? What if car have feeling? What if element have feeling? So that's kind of the direction they're going, and it can tell some pretty powerful stories, but I think the sentiment with the populace is just it's like the Marvel saturation. It's like, you know, I've seen one feeling movie before. I've seen all the feeling movie, really.
And I'm even thinking outside of
similar
animation.
to Zootopia, yeah.
Of, like, you know,
that's what I've heard
Potter,
as well.
You know, I'm like, I don't count that. That was a clear vision. Pixar was dropping hit after hit after hit of original content, original ideas and movies and stories that were critically acclaimed and financially juggernauts. They were unstoppable. Like, there's no wonder why we look at Pixar and say, you're one of the greatest of all time. Once. I say that in jest, but I think it's also
I love WALL-E. That's one of my favorite
stumbled,
Pixar movies.
This past, you know, decade or so.
Siri, do hamsters have feelings? Well, you're just gonna have to wait for the Pixar movie about hamsters.
Started to stumble in the 2010s, and they had
oh
their
god,
hits.
remember
They had
this
some good ones,
one?
like Inside Out,
the
Coco.
dinosaur one.
I thought Monsters University was pretty good, but then you have things like Brave wasn't that great in my opinion. I thought that Cars 2 wasn't that good, and it just never really seemed like they could ever recapture that glory era.
Coco was so good. No joke, Coco made me cry. Yeah, Coco was amazing. I'm glad I saw it in theaters because the visuals were like, mwah, chef's kiss. They nailed that one for sure. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what Pixar's missing. I don't know what they need.
Magic Spoon is now shipping to Canada and the UK.
Whoa, Magic Spoon shipping to Canada now? I can eat a spoon, for real.
A movie where, like, just judging the lay of the land, a lot of folks are like, yo, screw this movie. I don't care. It looks awful. I'm like, whoa.
Cars 2 was pretty cool, but it was political? Wait, Cars 2 was political? I never watched Cars 2. You're gonna need to explain that one. I don't know why the idea of cars being political that's really funny to me. Not to get political or anything, but what if VTubers had feelings? You're watching one. Cars 2 was insane in terms of story. I never saw it. We'll just leave it at Mater wanted to build the wall real bad. Oh god.
Oh, hold on.
Oh jeez.
What's going on here? When I first saw the, concept for Elemental, I thought, hey, it looks kind of cute, kind of fun. Fire and water and elements. Okay, that's something that's very universal to us humans. You know, we all know what fire is. Fire are. We don't know we know
Fire
about
good.
Earth. I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. I know what's up. Guys, elements are currently hot in the streets right now. James Cameron is trying to do the same thing with the water.
Another
tribe in his
Avatar
own
Elements
Avatar.
movie.
But honest to God, you know, elements, fire, water, ground, air. It's just things that we know. Everyone. It's very, very accessible. And I think that ended up being a
Did that cloud just go in for a big fat whiff of that earth monster's pits and then pluck it? Imagine being on the subway station and someone plucks your armpit hair. I don't care if they're dandelions. Oh my god. Well, I guess this is just regular subway things you see people doing. My mom said she once saw a woman pick a man's nose for him and pull out a fat booger, so maybe this is pretty par for the course.
everyone. It's very, very accessible. And I
Average
think
New York
that
day.
ended up being a bit of a detriment and a weird twist of fate for the marketing and the, I guess, concept being introduced to audiences and consumers for Pixar. Because, I mean, I'm surprised how many people online and even friends of mine who are like, I don't care. This seems like such a novelty concept. You know, what if
Yeah,
what
a
if
lot of people
elements
just
but emotions?
don't
and that's
care.
always been the thing for like the running joke with Pixar. Like I saw this pop up in the 2010s where folks are like, Pixar, their formula is what if blank but emotions.
So
you know, what
true.
if toys but have emotions? What if fish?
So
what if
true.
emotions had emotions? You know? And I'm like, that's funny. You know, I get it. But now it's starting to become a bit more obvious, where it's like, yeah, it's a very formulaic approach, and it's to say. Like, because folks are like, well, you need emotions in your movie. Because Pixar's never made a terrible movie, all right? Even Cars 2. I know what a bad movie looks like, folks. Trust me. Look at my channel, and you would know that I'm an authority on that matter. Pixar's never made a terrible
Maybe even
movie.
a connoisseur.
They've made underwhelming films, and it's only amplified because they've made fantastic movies. But, like, that's the problem, is it's Pixar's legacy and how Pixar nowadays is trying to live up to
Did you
it,
call
and how it's been very
Ratatouille
difficult. There's
underwhelming?
also
I'm
a lot of
gonna kill
internal
this guy,
politics
mods.
and issues.
Mods, make
Can
him walk
ignore
the plank.
mouse, can ignore, you know, that jerk with Lassiter.
Maybe I'm getting
There's
it
just-
twisted.
It's just tough. They're in tough waters right now. And if anything, Elemental is kind of.
He said the opposite. Okay,
being
okay.
thrown.
I'm getting it twisted. I'm ready to defend Ratatouille to the death. I'm too ready to go in for the kill if someone disrespects the rat.
The bus. And it's a shame because the movie's not bad, as I'll talk about here now because I'm just kind of ranting now. I will say this though, the box office projections for Elemental do not look good.
We're the rats.
This movie costs more than both Spider-Verse 2 and the Mario movie combined. Elemental cost $200 million to make.
Combined?
I think this was the projection. It might make $30 million back its first weekend. That's bad. It's not good. And
This movie costs more than Spider-Verse and the new Mario movie combined? With all the voice acting and animators and both of those movies had behind them? Are you sure?
And Pixar's been having really bad luck with just, you know, theatrical releases because of COVID, because of streaming, because of Disney. And there's also like that conspiracy theory of folks saying like it's Disney sabotaging Pixar. I don't believe that, because that would work against Disney's, you know, like shareholders and making money. You know, why would you do that to yourself?
Disney, like, they own Pixar, right? Yeah, you wouldn't. You'd be shooting yourself in the foot.
But like, as far as this being a very expensive project that's not clicking, whether it's because of the marketing or lack thereof, or
Yeah, what
maybe
happened?
this is just a concept folks just aren't clicking with. That seems to be
That's
a
a
very
lot of
common
money.
thing right now. I've been noticing where people are just like, meh, I'm good, I don't care. Which wasn't the case for Turning Red.
But also like Lightyear came out afterwards, and folks were just kind of like meh to that as well, including
Oh
myself.
yeah,
I thought
Lightyear
was
that
letdown.
was a thing.
It's been interesting. It's been an
I didn't see
interesting
that
journey
one.
for Pixar.
I did not like my time for caring about Toy Story ended at Toy Story 3. Like I don't care anymore. Toys are for kids.
Ever since like Toy Story 4, but I digress. I'll talk about that some other time. By the way, spoilers going into this. If you want to avoid spoilers, then don't watch this video.
Chia, when is your movie coming to the big screen? I'd love to hear your thoughts of what you think a movie centered around Chia would be. But at the same time, I'm not sure I want to hear your thoughts. I've been meh to all Pixar movies after Coco. They can't top that movie. That is the best movie they've made in a long time. Lightyear was like, who asked for this? It's true. Who asked for it? Chia goes to the big city. Chia needs to find the golden chia seed. We can combine all these ideas. I just can't muster the energy for anything Pixar / Disney nowadays. Yeah, it really depends on the premise. Like, it's gotta be a tantalizing idea for me from the beginning. It's gotta be an elevator pitch where I hear it and I'm like, oh.
That I did
Chia goes
enjoy
fishing.
this movie.
Let's go.
I thought it was a good film. I thought it was better than Luca and Soul, and definitely better than Onward. Much better than Lightyear.
Oh yeah, all
it's
of
one
those
of the better
existed.
films that come from Pixar as of late.
Soul is
And
good.
My expectations though were low, so I can't discount that. You know, I went to see Spider-Verse 2, and I'm like, my expectations are high, and they were met. Mario movie, my expectations were low, and I was whelmed. Though after the fact, I'm just kind of like, that was really just a.
Heard Luca was good.
Very,
I haven't
very
seen
plain,
Luca.
generic, average movie. But who would have guessed? It's Illumination, of course.
I can't
For
believe Mario
Elemental, I
kissed
went
the
into it, I'm
fish.
like, is this not going to be good? Oh,
No, like,
man,
I'm
everyone else is
jealous
saying
or
it's gonna be
anything.
Bad. Okay, here we go. Watched it. I'm like, okay, you know, it's solid. But it was definitely a Pixar film. You know, watching it, I'm like, yep, this is a Pixar movie. It hits all the bingo, you know, points. How do you play bingo? I don't know. It got my bingo
Yeah,
card.
I
It's like
wanted to
family
kiss the
issues.
fish.
Check. You know,
Just the
introspective,
Mario or the
emotional
fish?
turmoil. Check.
I'll leave that up to
You know,
interpretation.
taking some fictional lens and applying a very humanizing storytelling element to it. Check.
It's a
You
pretty
know,
movie.
Pixar. And it's a formula that has worked, and it's not a bad formula. I think it's just that it's getting kind of derivative, just a bit. I think it's because people are growing up and cultures shift, and the landscape is changing, and Pixar needs to shift with it. But
Wish
digress.
I was
All
that
right,
fish, says
so,
chat.
My big thing about this film is asking myself, how does this world work? All right, I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, it's like a Zootopia, but with elements. Because I remember like watching Zootopia.
Yeah, that's the
and I'm
vibe
like,
it
how does
gives.
this world work? In Zootopia, with
The
Disney Animation,
hamsters in
those folks went above
Zootopia
and
were
beyond to
my
explain
favorite.
the world.
I don't care that
Like,
they
there's
were on
even
for all
an
of 2
entire
seconds.
intro sequence where they're like
The
yeah,
little
Julie Hopps,
business hamsters in business suits going down the hamster tubes.
going through like on the train, traveling through Zootopia, all the different kind of like environments for different animals, and all the just the degree that the city goes to help accommodate this and make it work.
I can never emotionally connect with hamsters. Why are you here? Why are you even here?
I'm like, that's a lot of cool effort. That's neat. I love it. There's still like questions where I'm like, how does the economy work with like elephants versus mice? But like, I'm like, you know what?
There
You've
they
done
are,
enough
business
homework and enough effort
hamsters.
to make me believe this. Let's go.
They're going to work.
I'm like, wait, it sounds like water can just straight up kill fire, like just die. And
Hamsters are
there's
cute. Hell yeah.
There's a part of the city where there's like a water train that goes over Firetown, and the water just blasts off the side of the train tracks. And I'm like, that could kill people. That's a lawsuit. How is there not some class action lawsuit right now? The synopsis of the film, like its concept and its premise,
I think I can
it doesn't really make
emotionally
sense
connect
to
with the
me,
hamsters and then
because
they
it's
bite
like,
me.
Okay, how does the city work? How are not people
Don't be so biteable.
every second because of how elements don't really mix that well? And I know that's kind of like the point of the movie, like the metaphor, fire and water don't mix. Let's take that lens and apply it to human culture and stereotypes
Feeding the baby
and
lighter
bigotry,
fluid.
where like the fire people are like, it's like Koreans, because like the director of this movie, Peter Son, he directed Good Dinosaur, He's worked at Pixar for 23 years, and this is a very personal story for him because he's a Korean immigrant. His parents were
belly
the first
full of lighter
generation
fluid.
that went to New York and set up shop there. And this is a very much so part of his story and his very personal life. And I really respect that. I appreciate that. It's also really sad because his parents died during the production of this movie. And it's like, oh, it's really bitter. Like, it's a bittersweet, beautiful sadness to it. And Peter, like, did a good job. Like, Peter's a good creator. I just feel like sometimes it's just like the climate of Pixar right now isn't working to his favor. And a lot of folks are taking this compounded frustration with Pixar and just dumping it on Elemental. But hey, you know, I think there's layers to peel back for that and ask why. I digress. Again, I'm sorry. I'm just reading off bullet points here, folks, by the way. I'm stupid. But yeah, the entire logistics of the city, how it works, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm constantly questioning it. How does fire not burn down everything? There's a scene where like Ember and her father, it's a flashback. They're trying to go into like some kind of like exhibit to see a flower. And like, they're like, you can't come in here, you'll burn everything down.
Why is armpit flowers a thing? Why has this happened twice in just the clips he's shown? Why is this a thing in this world?
And they're like, you can't do that, you know, this is discrimination. And I'm like, well, you know, you're fire, you're...
Chad, if I grew a flower out of my armpit, would you accept it? They grow in a dark area? It doesn't, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Would you accept my armpit flower? I'd eat it. Aww.
You're actively destructive? I actually don't even know how you're walking and not burning the road. Like, that's something that kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. Where I'm like, how do I explain this?
Depends on the
Fire
flower.
is it hurts if you touch it.
You know,
And it
just
can be
an armpit
destructive.
flower.
And to take that as a conduit and then say it's like a Korean immigrated family, that's what it's like. I'm just kind of like, oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. Because like humans are humans, but fire and water are like, physically speaking, you know, of course, very different. They're completely different. So I just kind of felt this really weird, like, I see what you're getting at, movie, with your themes. I see what you're trying to do with your metaphors and your allegories, but it's just kind of weird to me. And I just don't know if it makes much sense in the grand scheme. It works, I guess, at the end, you know, when they stick the landing. But to me, I'm like, it feels almost like there's too much of a divide, being like, people are profoundly different.
Oh my
almost to the point of fire
god,
and
can we
water.
show
They can't even
that?
mix. And I'm like, okay, but we're humans. All of us are humans. We actually can mix. Actually, if anything, reality is worse because we humans don't have much of an excuse. We're just assholes. But just logistically,
That's
the fire walking
true.
around, I'm like, yeah, you burn everything down. I can kind of understand why you need your own corner of the city to survive. And so much of this is paying homage, and it's based on like immigrant families, like Koreans who would come over, because that's what happened for Peter. His family left Korea during a very turbulent time in that country. A lot of folks did. Came to America looking for possibilities, looking for hopes, and just a chance to build a life that's safer. And how there's a lot of discrimination in that process where other Americans who were there before are just being flat out racist and jerks and being bigots. And how there was a struggle, and how a lot of these immigrants needed to cut out their own little town just so they could have something to, you know, form a nucleus around. And that makes sense. You see that in this movie with the fire family who comes over. I just think it's kind of weird because, like, in the movie, they're like, why did the fire parents leave the Firelands? A storm came by. Oh, okay. Why didn't you just stay? And again, maybe I'm speaking out of a place of ignorance. Maybe so. Maybe this is a story that doesn't really resonate with me, with my questions, compared to others. And I'm pretty sure that is.
It does seem like a very personal story.
I think this is a very much so a perspective thing, and I have to remind myself. And I'm not trying to say.
Wait, what was that clip? Wait, go back.
Others. And I'm pretty sure that is, you know, the case.
Zoom in.
I think
enhance.
This is a very much so a perspective thing, and I have to remind myself. And I'm not trying to say. I think this is a very much so a perspective.
I don't like that.
Perspective.
Why are you saying Chia? Are you not looking at the screen? Censor that! Censor that!
Thing, and I have to remind myself, and I'm not trying to say I actively discredit it, but
as
a consumer, as a
what
viewer,
was Pixar? What did they mean by this?
My perspective, where I'm like, If the fire folks were fleeing their land because there was a
It's where the
active
budget of the
threat
movie went.
and there was more fire people on the boat who arrived with them, then I know that there was a community that arrived to set up shop, not just two parents who had nothing. Because to me, I'm like, man, it's really fortunate, again, that the other fire folks eventually showed up too. Because if not, you would have been screwed. Because in this world that is just like literally death at every corner with water, I don't know why you moved here and didn't just stay at home and build up again. But I feel like I'm splitting ends here. Ember's the daughter of the parents who arrived. She grows up and there's a shop that they have, and she takes a lot of pride from her father, helping to run the shop, and eventually she's like inheriting the shop. She wants her father to retire because he's been working himself to death. And for a lot of immigrant families, that is the case. It's like you work yourself to the bone, that first wave of immigrants, of people trying to build something out of nothing. They are some of the most determined people,
The
period.
American dream.
And they do it to leave a legacy and help their children. It's a very, very noble cause. And that's the premise of the story, is how Ember doesn't really want to work at the store, that it's not what she can't really even bring herself to admit it. She feels the pressure from her father of this mantle being placed upon her, that it's her family's legacy, that she's afraid that if she like lets it down, it'll just collapse everything. It was all for nothing. She's a bad daughter.
checks
that
out.
She can't live her own life. It's like these are really very human emotions, and like to no surprise, there's no villain in the movie. There hasn't been a real villain, a Pixar film, I think, in a long time. But there was something in this movie that did show up where I'm like, has Pixar ever done this before? It's a love story. I can't really think that there's been a love story for a Pixar film. I can't really think. I mean, I guess Flight. For Bugs
what
Life,
about
kind
what
of,
about the first
maybe?
10 minutes
But,
of what about the first 10 minutes of Up? That was a love story. Until it wasn't.
It doesn't really come to mind. Wade is the water guy. He's the
Oh
city
yeah, what
inspector.
about
He shows
Cars?
up
I
after
guess that
Ember's, like,
wasn't
taking
really a
over the
love
building,
story. That was
and,
just like he drive fast, win race, impress girl car. Did they kiss? Did the cars kiss? Would that cause damage to the car's bumpers?
there's all this water pouring in because of like bad pipes, and he has to close down like Ember's
Female cars
place.
had
And she's
bedroom
like, no,
eyes.
this
Why
will
would
kill my dad, literally.
why would you
Please don't shut it down.
What?
Trying to figure out why the water's pouring in. The entire time they're growing closer. Ember's fiery, duh. She's got a lot of like, inspiration and drive and passion, while Wade is.
How do they make new cars? That's a good question. Do they build them? Because cars are manufactured. How do the car make a new car? Do it work like Animal? Do they build them? Chat, you're asking too many questions.
Is more, he's more crying, he's more empathetic, he's a bit of a pushover and sad and emotionally like just taking it all in. So you see their strengths, you see their quote unquote weaknesses, how they complement each other, how they work together, inspire one another, but opposite lives. You're fire, I'm water, how can we be together? The parents aren't a fan of the water, especially the parent, the dad. The dad's like, I don't like this water guy, he sucks. But you see over time how they're trying to open up about their emotions, how Wade lost his father, how he learns from Ember that
He's
there's,
naked.
like,
He takes off the shirt. He suddenly becomes nude. Wait, why do... Okay, this is the same question I have with, like, furries. Why do they need the shirt? If they're technically, like, if it's gun. It's the same question I had with, like, Sally Acorn with her vest. Like, she was naked, but, like, as soon as she took off the vest, it just felt like she was more naked, but there was no reason for her to wear it. Because they were otherwise naked. What? But they don't need them. Here, hamster, why do you have a shirt? Chat, do you see a literal hamster in front of you? Cause like I don't know what you're looking at right now. I don't know, Chad. I don't know.
Life is brief, and you have to seize the moment. And how they both just rub off on each other and fall in love. And I'm like, wow, a love story in a Pixar film, cool. And also there's like, I guess, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, but like this is like an interracial thing, I would
He's
imagine.
got no pants on.
I actually have no other way of how to even like, how else do you spin it with just the vehemently opposite cultures and people. and how it's like, oh, you're a water guy, you know, you're in your bougie tower with your family where you're all insulated, and it's like, you know, there's some friction there, and it works, and you see Ember
the bowl clip again, the bowls,
and it's like, you know, there's some
the bowls
friction there, and it works. And you see Ember kind of struggle with trying to accept the reality of the situation where she like
Streamer,
doesn't want
play
to
the
win
ball
shop.
clip.
She wants to be a glass
Jarvis, find me
blower.
the
She
ball
wants
clip.
to use the glass to
Jarvis,
build
show me
homes
that
for
man's
waterfolk.
balls.
Again, this is a very whereas Utopia, I felt like the world kind of took into account like
Business
things to protect the small
hamster,
animals.
going to work.
In this world, it's like, if you're fired, do not come
Hamsters
to the city.
are very
You will
hardworking.
die. And also, I'm a little bit confused about the other elements too, like the ground. You know, the fire like eats
Hamster.
wood to like repair themselves. I'm like, is the wood from the plant?
No, we're
people?
not adding the ball clip
And
from this
there's
movie as a
water,
repeat.
and then there's water people. So is that just dead water? Like Wade said his dad died. I'm like, how does water die? How does this work? This world doesn't make sense. I'm confused. How can
You're
the
asking
firefolk
too many
even go anywhere without
questions.
burning everything down? What's the cloud people? They're air, but it's a cloud. That's just water in a different form. What's
Not the
doesn't make
armpit clip.
And I was asking myself, am I overthinking this? Am I being a jerk? Am I specifically asking too many questions and not letting my you know, I need to suspend my disbelief? And I'm like, no, it's just there's just so many things where it doesn't make sense. And you better believe there's a lot of gags in this film, but not to like a negligible degree of like, you know, fire, water. What if, you know, water person gets hit by a car? Oh, they're fine. But I don't know, just asking a lot of questions the entire time. And I'm like, city inspector, OSHA, more like close this city down when everyone's dying.
OSHA
I will
more
say
like,
this though, the
no
characterization
OSHA, this
is
city
great.
can
I
run.
think there's some really fantastic designs. I think the designs are great. I think the concepts are really neat. I think they got really creative with like using like Ember with how her form will change, the color, the way she flickers. Same thing with Wade with crying and how he takes different shapes. There's a lot of creativity that's not just cliches or tropes or grabbing the lowest hanging fruit to make a very, you know, ho joke about elements.
This movie
There's
had a
some,
big
you know, there's some
budget.
thought. That's the thing, is Pixar never has fallen off when it comes to like inspiration, purpose, passion, dedication, because visually speaking, this film's beautiful.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it
there's
does
a
seem
lot
like
of
it would
thought. There's
cost a
Some
lot.
of those things where we have to admit as viewers who don't know animation, where we don't work in the industry, there's a lot of things we take for granted, where if someone broke it down, like who worked on this film, they'd be like, you have no idea how hard this is.
True.
You have no idea. And it's,
I was
guess
in
that's just the way
concept
it
art.
is,
We
'cause we're
we
consumers.
worked with animators a bit. A lot of my teachers were former animators. One worked with the animation for Guardians of Gahul, the movie, which was really good for the time it was released, and Dexter's Lab as well. Like there's a lot that goes into animation more than just make the guy move. Like there's so much things you're not even thinking about.
We don't have the time to get, you know, to know how the
And things that if they do their job right, you never think about.
sausage gets made. We just want to eat it and move on. So it's an interesting dynamic. But that being said, like seeing how Ember's body and Wade's body are constantly shifting, like it's always moving. Their features, their eyes, their body. It's just, that's really fascinating. I think it's a really neat, that's a neat idea. And I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, the
Ember's
in-between
design, I think she's
frames.
hot. Oh my God, no. I
That's
did
a
not
very
just say that
specific
was
job.
me, dude. Where do I go from there on out?
What?
But I suppose overall, because I'm just ranting at this
I'm
point.
surprised Chat
I can
hasn't said she's hot before.
see the
This
themes.
guy.
I can see the metaphors. I can see the sincere.
Chat will say anything is hot. Chat will see like a cool bug and call it hot. Too easy of a joke? You're saying that that's too low hanging even for the chat room?
authentic, very personal story from Peter and what he's trying to share. I can see how this is a movie that came from the heart. I can see how there's a lot of effort and merit in this movie. But man, it really just goes to show that I think it's just Pixar's filmography in a macro sense that is making it really hard for folks to really care about Elemental. And that sucks. It sucks to see a film, you know, be holding the bag and there's this accrued sense of just like, I'm good from viewers who are like,
Yeah.
I've seen this before. We're good. You know,
If
it's
this
like
came
Inside
out
Out meets
years
Zootopia,
ago-
but with water and fire. I'm good. man, that sucks because this movie is not bad at all. It's good. I actually think it's really, really good.
Like if this
But,
came
like,
out
also the music-
before Inside Out, the Feelings movie, I think it would have done really well.
And the audio mixing, really good. There's a wonderful soundtrack. I think it's fantastic. So I guess overall, this movie, I was satisfied. Good pacing, solid themes, logistically a nightmare with the world, and that's a problem. It took me out of it a lot. I think, again, Zootopia did a better job, but at the heart of it all, with the characters, the story, and the journey, I think
We
it's
have
pretty
Shark
damn
Boy
good.
and Lava
I just
Girl
think
at
that Pixar right
Yeah, I don't need to see this movie. I already watched Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Oh my god. They're spitting.
now is stuck. I think they need to get bold. I think the fact that folks got more hyped for a sequel to a Shrek spinoff and
Oh
said
my god, the
movie,
new
Puss
Puss
in
in
Boots
Boots,
2,
Boots movie
was
is really
unbelievably
good. I don't know if
and felt
anyone here
new.
has been meaning to watch it. It's really good.
Both on a narrative level and visually, says it can be done. People are just hungry for something different, and Pixar keeps giving up. They keep serving up their signature dish that we've been having for nearly 30 years. So change it up, get bold, try something different. You all can do it. I know you can. I think you need a Spider-Verse. You need something to really kick into high gear and go. And I know the folks who work there care. And I'll talk about more in my future video. I want to have empathy here, but at the same time, there's a reason why we have a standard for Pixar, because they defined 3D animated films in a way that no one else will ever come close
We need
to
a
ever
Shrek
again.
remake?
But
Why
those
do
are
we
my
need a
overall
remake of
thoughts
Shrek when the
about,
original Shrek is
Elemental,
already
where there's
perfect?
some predictable plot points and things on my bingo card. Yeah, you betcha. But still done well. Hey folks, if you saw the film, let me know what you think down below in the comments. Would you bang Ember? Or are you more of a Wade kind of guy? I mean, look at that cake. I should go to church. All right, see you all next
Okay,
time.
I think we all have to go to church after that one. I think we all have to go to church. Shrek in 4K is a must. We need Shrek, but we can see every pore. I need a shower. What? Water boy? Chat? Wade? Chat? You want a shower, chat? Chat? How thirsty. You want a shower? How thirsty. Yeah, that's still one of their biggest tools. And also one of their biggest tools is they're really good at anthropomorphizing just inanimate objects, essentially. They're really good at telling stories with things we wouldn't normally really think about. They're still good at that. They just I think he put it well when he said they've been serving the same dish for 30 years. They need something fresh. Something completely different. We need a violent Pixar movie where they say swears and punch each other. Well, I'd say that Elemental still looked a lot better than some movies. They know what they're doing. In Toy Story 5, they will make Woody gay. That would be forward thinking. Yeah, maybe he goes from "there's a snake in my boot" to looking into Buzz's eyes and saying "there's a snake somewhere else." And then they kiss. And I'm going to church. Goodbye, chat. We're gonna look for someone to raid. Oh god, why am I leaving off on that note? Please check out Twitter and Discord if you want to stay up to date. I'll be live again on Sunday for Super Auto Pet Sunday. We will have another Media Watch Zatsudan again in the future. The Buzz Woody fandom thriving. I can't think of who else Woody would want to be with. And they did have... Why was Woody so obsessed with Buzz? That's all I'm saying. Perhaps I'm inserting my own feelings into this, but... Barbie! Oh my god, we got the Barbie movie coming out. I can't wait. I'm unironically excited for that. There's a snake. Is there a snake in your boot, or are you just happy to see me? Sorry, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Mods, can you post the Discord? Get in here. Select the live notification. I don't know why you're still here anyway. Whatever. I'm not gonna question it. Thank you for joining me. I have a lot of fun streaming. I hope you had fun being here. I'm gonna go take a shower. And go to church. Maybe at the same time. No, this is good stuff. Write this down, chat. Write this down. Send this to Pixar. You're a poison in my water hole. But you cured my heart. To infinity and beyond with you. Okay, I'm going. Goodbye. Adios. Adios. Take care of yourselves or I'll take care of you. Goodbye, chat. Welcome. I died laughing. I did. I was like the rejection hotline, what was the line that she said? How thirsty are you? How thirsty? Let's ask Avi how thirsty she is. How about that? How about that as a raid message? How thirsty? Oh my god.